the one, this one. Hello guys, and welcome to this ninth stream already of the Romans. And today we're gonna do, as far as I know, three things. We're gonna do a match, depends a little bit on who is in. So we start with a 1 versus 1 or 2 versus 2, depends a little bit on our competitors. Then we are likely gonna do the explosion of the fortress, and I have something new I want to show you guys. It is a banner I'm working on, a banner for the credits. So, um, yeah, to honor all the devs working on the Romans and on the Celeste team. So from devs to artists to voice actors, etc. To just show some credits who is doing what. Because everything is done by volunteers, so it's good to show everyone some respect. And on the other side of the line, we already have Wout hanging.
Hi
So
guys.
there's Wout. Wout is at least one of the competitors, and why I have Wout in is that Wout is in the test team of the Romans, so I can ask him some questions about what the Romans, of how they play, and what he's encountering, what's the huge difference between the civs, etc. To just give you a slight insight of the development. We're not going to play the Romans, basically because not everything is ready at the moment. We need to do some animations, and we only want to show you guys the Romans when they are almost close to finish, so we do not encounter bugs, etc. Okay, that's it. Then I'm gonna open the screen view. Oh, and there we go. And then we're gonna check if Wout already have a partner. So if there's someone in, if not, then
Well, Artificer was coming. We
yeah,
also
likely.
have Scott, who is maybe coming. And I'm asking some other people. So if you guys listening to the stream, if you guys want to play in the 2v2, hop online.
Hop online, just type happy or type Wout, and we will invite you. So in the meantime, I'm already going to open the banner to just show you a little bit of what I'm working on behind the scenes. And it is, as I said, the banner for the credits, and I have it open right now. And it's quite a huge image. It's around a meter wide and half a meter in height. So
Wow.
that's quite a large banner. Basically because I want to print it in the end. So when it's done, I want to print a poster, or I want to print it on a mousepad.
That's a cool idea.
So yeah, that's a huge thing. I hope you like it. So
If you were to make this into a poster, where would you put the poster? Would it go like above your bed, or?
I have no idea. Likely within my hobby room in the end. I just recently found a job, so I start on Monday, first day,
Oh, okay.
and then likely
Okay.
I will.
Congratulations.
Yeah, within 3 months, or likely the chance that I'm gonna move out of house is quite big. So then I can make my own hobby room with everything inside that I need.
Excellent.
So likely there the poster will be, or the mousepad, depends a little bit on the quality of the image.
So can you make it a little bit bigger? So there's some text on there, I see.
Yes, what we have here is basically the first idea of the credits. So we have here the Celeste project title with lead devs, need to insert some names, of course. Game management and the recon mainly, and P, but P is on all these lists, so we have to take a little bit of precaution where to put it and where to leave them out. And then we have the artists. That's me, Chaos, Phyllis, and a new guy, Anubis. He just joined a week ago for the animations. Then we have the PvP team, or the PvA team, Andy doing the quest line, P doing most of the quests, etc. Sounds and audio, where P is working on together with Andy, and PvA test team, and there you are as well in Wout. So we have Wout as well on the banner.
Hi.
Same here, PvP test team, also Wout, and localization. So all the new names, all the translations we have to do, and then the PvP. Oh yeah, this is just a copy of the one here, and likely something like promotional or some other things will you put there. Maybe some things about game management. Or game management is another one, but forum management, behind the scenes coding, etc. Help desk, who knows? To just give everyone the credits they deserve. And then here we have the three guys. So they are hand painted at the moment. Need to make some changes in them, but um, a kind of new drawing of Caesar. And this is the, what do you have it? Underlay? No. Black white. Seems I have the underlay not in. Oh, yeah. So this is the underlay of the current Roman image. Let's check this one. And I modified it a little bit, so it looks a bit stronger, more in line with the other banners in the game. I hope you like the new image of him. I just only used it on the banner, so it will not be in game. And then we have Pompey. Pompey is the same image as the game. And we have to make Crassus all by ourselves. We had no image of him, so we have to come up with a known interpretation.
So are you still going to color them completely?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
So I just made the basics, starting with the face of Caesar.
Right.
Have to make some changes because here on this spot, for example. But I've made the drawing first, and now I have to put on some layers so I can split the lines from the color. And one trick that most of the artists are doing with this is that you separate color from lining. Oh, I see we have now four guys in. Is Scott in for a 2 versus 2 then or not?
Yeah, let me just quickly check. Everyone is down for a 2v2.
Yeah.
And if we can connect as well. Also important.
That's always the thing.
But I think we're good. So let me just get this started in the background while you keep talking on the poster.
Yes.
I'll let you know
Perfect.
once we succeed.
It's great. So we have this, the color and the lighting. So when you do more and more of these of banners or just images, most of the time you split color from black and white. So you have this black and white painting you can paint all over, and in the end, when it's done, you put on a color, and then the color will follow the saturation and contrast of the image below. So that's a bit easier. So you can give the face basically one color instead of switching between all kind of shades of 10 colors. Same as this blue thing, the cape. You just paint the blue, that's it. And then on the background you paint all the saturations of it. Way easier than switching between different colors of blue. Haven't done it yet for these ones, so I have to split them. Yes. So that's what's in for today. Likely paint a little bit more about this banner. Depends a little bit on how the 2 versus 2 is going and how the explosion is going. It seems that Wout is still working on the thing.
Yeah, so Scott really prefers to play 1v1, so we're still looking for someone, it seems.
Is Ardes online? Ardes is coming online, so invite him then. He's always in for 2 versus 2.
Yeah, good point.
Most of the time he streams, but let's see how he plays.
Yeah, I talked to him on Discord a bit. I said, "You're coming, right?" He said, and after that he said nothing. So
he didn't. Yeah, he said as well. He did not know that it was, especially now.
yeah, he may have some stage fear.
Artist, come on. He's
So be
streaming
kind to
all
him.
day. That guy. There's not a single day that he's not streaming, as far as I know. So that's the banner. Hope I don't forget any names. So that's the thing. Discussing it with Andy and P, which names need to be in, especially the name of P. P's and a lead developer and a game management. He's also an artist for 2D images. He's also one of the guys for the PVA sound, etc. So we have to find a nice composition of putting it in his credits. Same for Andy. So it just needs a 3 double check before we publish it. Also, these rural things need an update. So it is the basic. It's a rough start, but it's getting there. It's always nice to switch a little bit between drawing and animations and models. So to just give you an overview of how far we are with the Roman development, um, let's check out the Excel sheet that Chaos have sent us this week. Oh, here it is. So here we have the Excel sheet of how we are doing with the Romans. And basically the only thing we need to do with the quest givers is to insert the last animations. So we have the Explorer, Senator, Portmaster, Guildmaster, Mark Antony, and the Gladius. And then of course Caesar, Pompey, Crassus. And we have all the models, but we need some of the updated animations or the updated textures, animations. Then we have around 4 guard towers. Houses are done, 2 forums, 4 TCs, and 1 fortress and 1 to go. So that's 4, 6, 7, 4, 6, 6, 10, 11, 12 buildings to go for the dead animations, and then some units. So it's getting there. It seems artist is in as well.
Yep.
Meaning that we have 4 plays now.
Yep. So artist here is always is going for a smoke first. So in about
surprisingly
4 to 5 minutes,
oh, that's
we
great.
can start creating this game.
Then the question is, what are you gonna put with me? Because artist is great, Spartan is okay. You
I
are
thought it
very
may be
okay.
the best if we played on the same team because we are in the same call as well.
Okay, that's a good one. That's a good one. And then it's all on you. So you have to basically do a 2 versus 1 with a kind of dummy version next to you. But that's it.
Yeah, as long as you distract them a little bit by being there, we're going to be fine, I think.
I will. So then, let's start a little bit with the first question. How many matches did you already play with the Romans? I already asked you, but not in the stream.
Yeah, as I said, about 10 I've played so far. Mostly getting beaten up by Erie. And yeah, so in terms of balancing the Romans, there's been some pretty drastic changes. So
in the sense of?
Well, I've helped with. I've been a part of the balance team for the base game for a while, and there we made some changes over the years. But the type of changes that we are making to the Romans are much more drastic. So since well, there were no base stats to go off of.
Yeah.
We're thinking about, well, maybe giving some units a different role or designing them differently. And well, we had a lot more freedom in trying out different types of stats and like maybe changing a unit to H3 from H2. Stuff like that. That's not really happens in the main game.
Yeah, but is it difficult?
So it's really exciting. Yeah, for me, it's pretty difficult to assess how it will play out in the end, because I think whatever stats we decide upon for PvP, once the Romans are released, a lot of things will change.
Yeah.
People will come up with different strategies, and suddenly it may turn out that one unit is way too strong or way too weak. Um, so I think that the most important part is the design. So once Romans are released, there should not be any units going from H2 to H3 or stuff like that,
Yeah. Okay.
or text completely changing. Just the numbers themselves changing a bit.
And then another question, because that's something that is on my mind. Um, yeah, with the designs, we try at least to fit them into the game, so um, they have the same characteristics as the normal buildings. But with stats, how are you doing that? Because you want to be them compatible or comparable with the in-game units, but you still want to be them different, if you get what I mean. You want to be the Romans to be in a new Civ with a new kind of strategy. But how do you try that out?
Well, I think the main thing that makes Romans unique is the design of the civilization. So um, even if all the buildings could have the same wood cost as the other civilizations, they're still completely unique buildings with different functions. So I'm not too worried about the Romans being unique because, well, they're designed to be very unique. They show some similarities with other civs, but they have a lot of unique features. Um, many of which have been in the past Roman blocks, which if you guys haven't seen those, check those out. So no, I think Romans will be pretty unique.
And but then the next question, of course, is if they will be unique, then how unique will the others be? How do you scale its
Um,
uniqueness compared to the other ones?
yeah, that's an interesting question. Well, um, I think the original developers went a bit overboard in trying to make the Romans a bit too unique, and especially also the amount of units and amount of um, yeah, just the amount of everything really. They just put so many things in the Civ, and
Yeah,
I think everyone did a really good job in toning that down a little bit. But I think still the Romans are, in terms of uniqueness, a bit more different from the other civs than
yeah. Just to
the
give
average
some
unique is.
background to everyone,
Yeah,
there were around 2 extra ships, as far as I know. So they started with an attack ship in H1 already, so way faster than the other civs. They had around that a slinger and a bowman pretty soon. No, a javelin guy was it? It was a javelin guy in H1 or 2, and there also was an extra cavalry unit, I think, and that's it as far as I know. In the case of units, maybe I forget something, but
yeah, probably forgetting something, but there were just so many things.
yeah. So already about 3 or 4 units more, and then likely even more than that. So that's way bigger than any other unit in the game or any other civilization in the game.
Yeah. So one more thing, I think that the one of the biggest things that makes the Romans unique is the engineer, um, which you start off with in H1. So literally every time you play the Romans, you will have an engineer,
No.
and the fact that he is there makes the gameplay so much different, so unique. So the Egyptians have their priestess of Ra, which adds a nice element, and the same kind of role goes for the engineer, um, as in being a support unit. But I think the engineer changes the gameplay of the Romans more than the priestess of Ra changes the gameplay for the
Hmm.
Egyptians. If you get what I'm saying.
And how did you start with its tactics then? Because you have to change your entire
Yeah, so the
plan.
engineer can build, and well, every game starts with you building something. So you want a storehouse, you want a house, you want maybe a barracks or something, um, or a market in PVE.
Yeah.
Um, and deciding where to use your engineer and when to maybe build a second one, or maybe you start in some quest where you start with some more engineers. Yeah, that's leads to some very interesting tactics and makes for a very unique gameplay, I think.
Hmm. Yeah, because one thing I saw on the balance team chat was all about the startment of the PvP with an engineer, because you have to start with you start with an engineer, but at the same time you have lower resources or not to counter
Yeah,
this.
so well, some civilizations have different starting resources. So Norse and Babylon, they start with more food and less wood, because the Norse start with 2 scouts, which can one can build a barracks. So
Oh yeah.
if they could immediately build a barracks with their starting wood, it may have been bad,
Hmm.
or in terms of balance, that's not ideal. And same for the Babylonian civilization, who start with the ox cart. And it's looking like the Romans will, yeah, maybe take a similar approach, because well, you
Hmm.
start with an engineer
Yeah.
who can already build. So yeah, the starting resources will likely have some adjustment from for example, the Greeks or the Egyptians.
Aha. Okay. I see the match didn't launch.
No, Ardashir didn't accept the quest.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I'm trying to start at the same time. Yeah.
Perfect. And then the next one, because you played a couple of matches, and um, what we've got from the base files and from the concept art was that the siege was a very large thing in the civilization. And
Yeah.
did you experience that during the gameplay?
Well, I must say it's still a bit overwhelming, the Romans. There's so many things, and as I said, I still feel like there will be so many more strategies that people will find out. Um, and the Romans, they are a siege-focused civilization, and especially the Scorpio that comes in H3 already. I think as testers, we still haven't reached the full potential of
Okay.
checking what the Scorpio exactly does.
Yeah, because it's very, as far as I know, it's very strong against infantry.
Yeah, so that will be very interesting, especially against something like the Celts, which are focused on infantry. So it will definitely be interesting to see yeah, how that plays out once we have like the Roman tournament,
Oh yeah, that's
which of
coming
course.
up when the Romans are released. It's true. I
Yeah,
forgot about
so
that.
over the last few years, we've got a lot of donations from people um, watching the PvP streams, and well, build up a nice pool of money to hold like one big Roman tournament. So that's the
Ah,
plan. Um,
great.
at the same time, we don't want to completely go broke and never be able to hold the tournament again afterwards. But there will be a nice big Roman tournament. So thanks to everyone who
Yeah,
has been donating to the scene over the past years.
good one. Because that's what we live on, at least the server.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, of course, there's also the server donations.
Yeah. So we need every month some donations to keep the server running.
Yeah, and that's even really a separate thing. So there's also people on the website donating to keep the server running. So yeah, that's it's all very great.
So just some.
Meanwhile, I'm trying to find out my strategy. So how shall we beat these guys?
uh, maybe that's something that I need to ask you instead of you asking me.
Let's see. Okay, you have a barracks. That's very good. Yeah, let's maybe scout them out, see what they're doing.
Good one. So yeah, Wout is one of the top guys in PvP, and I'm just how to call myself not a noob anymore. So I know the basics, but I can't compete with the top players. and we have Artist on the other side, and we have Spartan on the other side. Spartan is really a rushing guy.
Oh yes.
Yes,
Oh
he completely rushes always. So he plays he plays north. So likely he will build a lot of how to call them X-Men. So throwing
yeah,
X-Men, that's really
throwing
his
X-Men, I think. Yeah.
that's his thing. And once you beat his rushes, then he loses his strategy.
Okay.
I
Oh,
don't
I'm being
know.
attacked on my duck right now. I think I'm fine.
Okay, great.
Some help on the duck would be nice.
I'm sending
Do you have some
sending it.
units yet?
It's on the
Okay.
way.
All right. So you've been doing the unit models, but also a lot of buildings, right? So
Yeah, yeah. How we
you
divide
work
it is a
together
bit. Oh, yeah.
with Chaos.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was just wondering how do you divide the work?
Uh,
What does Chaos do?
that's a really good question. We also don't know all the time, but how we do it is I started basically the with the buildings because yeah to just be clear about this, we when we started the Romans, we were not completely sure about what was possible. So we
Right.
didn't know exactly to what extent we could make models, animations, etc. So we had to figure it out by just doing it. And when you look at models, then buildings are easier than units because units need special animations, um, more stats, and etc. So we started with basic buildings. And
There's a huge force of spearmen, by the way. Sorry to interrupt you.
okay, no, could you say so? Um, so just to go on, that's where we started with buildings. So I just
Yeah.
did basic building things, and the luck we had with the Romans is that their um, how to call it that their buildings are quite easy because they follow the same concept for every building. You just need um, a couple of columns, and then you're gonna put a roof on top of it, and you have it. You have a Roman building.
So what do you mean when you say they follow the same concept?
Oh, yeah. Every unit, every building, every civilization follows a general idea. So the Romans, so we now claim the North. North have wood for the roofs. They have the styled
That's
green
right.
roof, etc. So that's the concept behind a building. And the Romans have a quite easy one because it's an open structure, and that's maybe a hard term, but um, in the sense of architecture, you can divide two types. And the first type is an open structure, and the second type is a closed structure. And looking at the north, they are quite closed. It's one big mass, the building, and there are no see-throughs. There are not something like arches, etc. So you have to model the complete building, and every part of the building needs to be interesting. But for the Romans, it's the other way around. You have a lot of arches, and you have a lot of how to call it columns. So you can play with the interior. You can make some crates, some berries in a crate, etc. And that already makes it interesting. So we made a kind of toolkit with a basic roof inside of it, with um, a few columns, with a few baskets, etc. And that was enough to basically make the first buildings. So that went pretty fast. That wasn't a problem at all. And the units, yeah. So I started with buildings, making them and modeling them, and we had them during about 2 weeks. We almost had all the buildings, at least in the concept. And then Chaos joined by doing its textures.
Ah,
And
I see.
Chaos is applied in a job focused on making Blender buildings or Blender models and textures. So he's quite far in his skills in Blender, and I'm more of a guy who makes models, etc. I'm not really good in painting, so that's why we divided the jobs first. And at the same time, we were investing the possibilities with units. So that's where what was his name then? That's a shame.
Ahura
I
Mazda
will look it up.
bless you.
But the name of the guy who made the models, or we made the converter. Sorry, the converter. And when we basically were able to export the rig, we made a huge advantage. And the rig is the bone structure of a unit. So when we had the rig and when we could export the rig properly, we were able to make animations and models. So there I started again on making the base model. So every unit model has around 4 versions. So in common, uncommon, and then epic, rare, legendary. For those things?
Yeah, that sounds familiar. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So those types you need. You have an unclothed guy, then you have one with a basic clothes on, some with some iron armor, and that's it. And then you get gold, and then you get black. So we need one base model, and then you need a few separate models to assign these new textures to. So I made the base model, and Chaos made the other versions, and he made all the textures. So Chaos is basically doing most of the units, and when we were properly doing that, I switched to the death animations. So that's how we divided it at the moment.
And then what about those animations? So how does that differ from making a unit or a building?
That is a completely different thing.
Do you need like different skills as well, or can you
Yes,
use the same
yeah.
programs?
You have the same program, but completely different skills. Because an animation is a movement, and a model is basically just a solid thing. I don't how to explain such a thing. It's a bit not that easy to explain, but to make a good
I think
animation.
some Lancers snuck by our face, by the way. We have a problem back at home.
Oh, okay. Let me help you there then. Then I'm gonna make some walls then.
Yeah, we could use some walls. That's a very good idea.
Blessings
Also,
upon
I
you.
think maybe a market.
Thanks, guys. Keep up the good work.
Investment.
Let me first make this wall here then. So yeah, that's talking about animations, etc. I already tried to get one of the animation guys into our streams, but no luck yet. Sadly, but okay. Yeah, to make if you make a model, it's quite easy to do so, because a model is basically straightforward, making a mesh, texturing it, and change different types of the model to make it better. But in an animation, you have to look forward in time. So you have to make one pose, and then have to predict how that pose reacts to a different pose inside 10 frames later.
But
that
sounds complicated.
Yeah, it's quite hard to explain, but I try to. So we're making, yeah, a model is a solid object. That's basically it. And making a solid object, then you put in a rig, and the rig is what I'm doing. So you have Yeah, you see, like you did on school when you were younger, you made these clay models. So you made a clay model, and that's basically the model itself. That's the model. That's the main thing. But later on, you put in an iron wire inside your clay model, and that iron wire is the that is the rig. So
Aha.
you had your clay model, then you put in an iron wire, and then you came to the point, hey, now I have an iron wire inside. I have the option to move the arms around, because if I move the arms, then I modify the iron wire, and then the unit gets a different pose. But making that pose is completely separate from making the clay model. And yeah, but I make the models till they have this iron wire, but then yeah, then an entire new profession comes in, and that's where Phyllis is very good in, and he just pumps out how these poses look like and how fast the animation happens, come up with interesting topics of that animation, so making a last salute or yeah, or some weird kinds of animations how a unit gets his identity. And that's where we have these officers, and we want all the officers to have their own kind of oh, under big attack. Gonna lose all my units, but okay. Well,
Oh no.
yes, we are on big attack. Sorry.
We need to focus.
We need to maybe a bit. I'm going way too slow, but okay. I have around 2k or 3k of wood inside my bank, and around 100 of food. So I need to distribute it a bit and make farms, else will be overrun
Yeah,
within
spend that
2
stuff.
minutes. So I will spend it. And I have to make a lot of spearmen because we have Babs on our side.
Yeah, he's making only lancers.
He's only making lances, yes. And you are playing as well, Norse? Is that your favorite civ or?
No, I'm playing the Celts right now.
Oh, Celt, sorry,
and,
yes.
And those are definitely my favorites.
Ah, okay.
Civ. Oh my god, I just got destroyed on top. Yeah, we are going to need a lot of anti-cavalry.
Okay, good.
I think it's a good idea if we regroup here.
Yes.
Okay, so Ardashir he's going around the other side. So maybe not regroup there.
Oh, and cavalry's coming in.
Good that we focus for a bit. There's also a force coming down the south. But I think we're defending your base nicely.
Now it's up to
Could
your
be
base.
worse.
I still have
Could be
some
worse.
lancers here running around, so I have to get my units back to work now. Okay, great. Then I'm going mass spearman then. Always nice.
I like your thinking.
Let's see what I can do about this. Oh, and there my farms go. Seems you are recovering well, so...
Yeah, we're doing okay. It's just these
seems you have it
lancers
under
in the back.
control. That's great.
I don't know, lancers, man. I'm gonna build some fortresses and get us sorted.
Great.
Meanwhile, if you guys have any questions in the chat, let us know. We can answer them.
We hope to answer them during
I
our
hope
chaotic
Happy
play.
answers them.
But we have walls up, so we should have blocked all their rush.
You have the south under control.
And time to build a market then, because I don't even have one. Yes! Haha! The first commands are going in. Randomly clicking updates or upgrades. That's how I play.
Nothing wrong with randomly clicking upgrades.
No idea what to do. Just click random stuff that I can research. And now I really need a market because I only have 25 gold. Ah, I see a fortress. That's a good one. And I see another fortress, so...
Yeah, we're just gonna go with fortresses everywhere.
Wow,
no more
is
lances.
doing well.
Yeah, oh, the wall is being broken down though.
Oh, yes.
Actually, he has a fortress right there.
Aha. Okay. So where was I? Yeah, I know. I get all some PvP tips, but come on with your questions, guys. I know that I'm I know that I'm a noob in PvP, so don't think that you can teach me how to properly do it. But all things are welcome. But I now have caravans, so time to
Very nice.
get some gold.
So we have fortresses everywhere. I think we're good.
That's a good one. And
How many villages do you have?
But you have to watch out because artist is level 4 now, or H4 now. So there is a chance that he's gonna build.
Actually, I'm H4.
Oh, you are. Oh, you are. No, you are 3. At least.
For me, it says artist here is H. I think the thing is the order is a bit wrong.
Oh. Okay. That's a good sign, and at least you are H4. Oh no. It seems we are on a huge...
We are under attack.
And a great attack. But they hide back. Yeah, the wall will fall. That's the thing.
He broke through the bottom.
And
or at least
to the
expected it. Uh-oh, it's also... Uh-oh, there's also attack. I think at the top we're fine. We have a fortress there. Sent some ships there as well. It's really at the bottom that we have issues.
Oh! Oh, damn. You are under full attack. That's not what I expected.
Yeah, I lied. I'm not super good at playing this game at all.
This is why a lot of people do not always like 2 vs 2, because you end up with someone like me. Also, if you're a good player, then you end up with a crappy guy. And now the fortress will also fall, so it's close.
Uh-oh. The fortress is falling.
Yeah, it is. And my base is under attack by some archers, spearmen or some archers. So the end is near.
But we're not giving up.
Oh, I'm not gonna resign till you're gonna do that, because I know that you can recover way better than I can. And let's see, you have the army out of your base then.
Okay, I'm trying to clean up this army everywhere.
Perfect.
The archers is being really annoying, sending units everywhere.
Yeah, once you are in the advantage, then good luck keeping it back.
There's a huge army in the middle of our base, though.
Even the fortress is coming up. Yeah, about it's going down. I think
Say
so.
it, Enzo. I don't believe it.
While they're still saying, oh.
We're doing it.
No,
Are we doing it?
you are doing it.
This is a team effort.
Oh, okay. But it seems you're doing well, so yeah.
The fight at the top is going well, but the fight at the bottom.
You
Let's
are
say
losing.
the battle is won, but the war is perhaps lost.
I think so, because your base is falling now at the moment. And now the caravans as well. Yeah, the top is done, but far from over. But that's a nice recovery. That's great. It can be better, but hey.
I'm not sure if we're recovering.
Oh, I don't think so, but
I'm at 48 villagers.
48.
So
Oh,
yeah, I think it's over.
if they rush in again, then yes.
Yeah, so we held the attack at the top.
Oh yeah, your bottom is falling, but still.
Still believe.
Who knows? And are you also in the new competition or not? The new tournament?
The tournament will be tomorrow. I mean,
I don't know if there are two
The-
or...
yeah, the FSH Cup, I think you mean?
Yeah.
No, I'm not playing in that.
Okay.
Actually, already have plans for tomorrow.
Aha.
So that, but it's really nice. There's still some spots available to sign up there. So it will be an 8-man tournament.
Yeah, so don't hold yourself back, guys. If you like PvP, then join it. Even if you're not as good.
So I think we have a problem at the top.
Oh, what is this thing around your town center? Never seen that.
It's a right.
Oh,
So I sacrificed a deer and then my units trained faster. So I'm now at 75, 79 villagers.
oh, but it's also on your town center. Never seen that one before.
Yeah,
That was...
it's on every
Oh,
building. I think they may be coming around for a big attack on top. Just regroup everything on top. Yeah, there's a big attack coming.
oof.
It's already here.
He's coming. There we go. Okay, and my first town center has fallen.
No.
And my second one as well is going to fall.
Hang there.
And it is, yeah, yes, it's down.
Oh no. Okay, I've cleaned up the attack at the bottom. Oh, you're making a town center. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah,
I have
we are not giving up.
no. As long as you're going on, then I'm not going. Then I'm not giving up.
Yeah, we're hanging on. We're hanging on. You have some units here at my base. Could help
Oh,
in the fight.
hey. Ah, that's always nice. Let's move them then. And your wall is under attack again. Below.
Oh no.
And you can reset your caravans.
Thanks. we win on the top?
It seems so. You scared them away, or something like that.
Should be.
Oh, we are laggy.
It's a bit laggy. Uh-oh. Yeah, I mean, are the shares from New Zealand or Australia?
Australia. But it says that Spartan has problems, but...
Ah. Yeah, I think I'm game over anyway.
Yeah, let's... Should we do it?
Yeah, okay, let's give up.
Let's give up. Let's check that base then, how they did. How we... Ah. Oh, Artist was even not that expanding.
Sorry, what did you say?
Artist wasn't that big in his base. It was a quite small base. Spartan was
It's a
going
pretty good
big.
base.
Yeah.
I mean, our base was better, but
But that was a nice one. Artist, we stood no chance in the end. Wout was doing a great job in keeping you guys off, but if you rush into my base, then it could have been over. So that was then the 2 versus 2 in the beginning of the stream. Took almost 30 minutes or so, maybe 40 even. So yeah, let's see. Let's ask another question then about this, how we did it here. Um, how would you rush with Romans, Wout?
it's a very good question. Well, of course, as every Civ, there's the spearman. So the Romans are very unique, but of course they have a spearman. So you would be looking at a spearman rush, but I think in the well, since you start with an engineer, the engineer plays a pretty important role in your rush.
Okay. Yeah, but that's for every civilization, of course. Oh, because you have the engineer, you mean? You can build your...
Yeah, so you have the engineer with the Romans, and you probably want him to help build your barracks and probably some storehouse at the start. But well, I think it may also be well, since the engineer is a bit mobile, and sometimes you just don't have a house to build or a storehouse to build. It may be a bit better to build your barracks a bit further out on the map. For instance, walk your engineer to the half of the map and build your barracks there.
Uh-huh.
But I'm not too sure whether that will be. All I know is that the engineer will play an important role. And other than that, I don't think the Romans will have a particularly fast spearman. And their spears are also they're quite average.
Okay.
So nothing overboard there. They're decent, but yeah. And of course, you could also rush some other things. So in PvP, sometimes you want to go for a fast dock on certain maps,
Okay.
and the engineer can also build that. So
Now the engineer
should
can
lead to
basically
some.
build everything, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, okay.
I think he can build. I think he can build everything. Yeah, yeah.
Okay. And even a special building.
There's even a special building called the Milarium,
Yeah.
which it's a small post, and if your units stand next to it, your military units stand next to it, they get their movement speed boosted.
Yeah, same for villages when you research
Yeah,
attack.
so there's also a tech, which you get in H3 called civil engineering. And once you research that, then the malarium also affects villagers. So you could have them spread all around your base so that your villagers work faster. Um, the issues with balancing this is the question whether this should also affect caravans.
Yeah, that's what
So should caravans, yeah.
we
So
discussed
because
that
it's
with.
really good.
Oh, yeah,
Sorry.
we discussed that with Andy and with P. But when you also buff the caravans, then Romans will be OP.
Well, yeah, of course you can balance other things around it. So maybe their caravan line will be a bit better than other civilizations, but other upgrades are not so good, or
Yeah, okay.
units are so there's other ways around it, I would say. But yeah, that's it's still to be decided. Currently they don't affect them, but this Milarium is it's a really cool building. Also because if you have them spread around your base, then well, if you're fighting in the middle of the map, your units can reinforce a little bit better. So the new units that you train can cross the map just a little bit faster, which maybe gives you a slight edge over your opponents.
Yeah,
But
also
well,
nice for your base. If you build them inside your base, then when you are rushed, you can um, move your spearmen, for example, way faster to these lancers or other raiding units. So that's really a helpful thing.
yeah, it's a helpful thing, and I think also maybe a necessary thing, because well, most civilizations in Age 3 they have a quite nice cavalry composition. So we just saw Ardashir play with lancers and mounted archers.
Yeah.
Um, and well, the Romans have the eques,
Yeah,
eques.
Equus, yes.
Um, but I think overall, the Romans are not the best at having a quick moving cavalry force in Age 3. Of course, in Age 4 they also get the Gallic horsemen, and
Yeah.
it's a different story then. But in Age 3 they out of all the civs they don't necessarily have the best cavalry force.
Okay.
So they also need to compensate with some maybe some malaria all over their base, and to have some slower moving units still be used to defend.
Okay.
Um, but well, also in the PvP Discord, there's been a lot of talk about how Age of Empires Online can become a spam fest where both players just spam lots of units with big economies in the late game. And in that kind of situation where both players are just sending lots of units to the middle of the map and endlessly fighting there it may be pretty useful to have a few malaria
Oh yeah.
in your base so you can reinforce a bit faster. So I played one game with Iri on Arabia where we both just built them all over the map. So the entire map was cluttered with malaria. So that's really fun. You can just have like one engineer and just shift click it all over the map to build them everywhere. They also give a little bit of vision, which is also nice.
Aha.
So that's I'm very excited to see how that will play out. Um, I also think like many of the unique things with Age of Empires Online, it may be a bit difficult for some players to get used to making them. We know some units or some buildings even in this game that are not used as often. Well, people, and usually it's the more unique things. For example, the Norse Raven
Oh yeah.
recently got a huge, but still, well, not many people are making it. And I'm a bit afraid that a similar thing may happen to the Milarium. So
But I don't
yeah,
think
we will
that's
see.
a bad thing, because you can always see that some people use them for a special thing, and that makes them likable. But when
Yeah,
you look, for example, to the Egyptians, almost 50% of its units you can neglect if you are a starter with the Egyptians.
yeah,
The only thing you do is just mass elephants, and you're done.
yeah. So you're talking about quests now, right?
Oh, yes, as well. In PvP, that's a bit
Yeah,
different, but
yeah. So it's true. In quest, many people like to mass one unit. So
yeah,
they build their advisors. They gear them towards buffing one unit or one type of unit, um, and then make those. And I think in that case, then the Malarium will be a bit more useful because it is useful whatever unit you make. The speed will be quicker.
yeah. Yeah, and in PvA, most of the people just make one big base and then move all the units across the map, and they do not always make a new base further on in the quest. So then the Millennium is
Exactly.
even more useful to faster bring your units to the front. So I don't think it will be neglected, the Millennium.
Yeah, so in PvE definitely not, but in PvP it may be a bit difficult to also. So in addition to all the other things that you're doing, also have an engineer building malaria everywhere. But we will see.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe one of the pro players just comes to with a winning strategy by using them in a smart way, and
Yeah,
something that we have never seen before. Who knows?
yeah. I hope to see that. So what is your favorite unit from the Romans?
Ooh, um, I basically have two of them, and the first one is it's a joking unit. So it is the Equiliver, and
Ah,
the guy is was never in the concept art. It was not in the text tree of the main devs, so we came up with it by just thinking about the Romans. And I always had this thought about Romans that they have this Equiliver guy in the front of the army with his lion head thing, and I really wanted that guy inside the game. So I maybe pushed Andy a little bit and be a little bit too much to get it in, and
ah.
then
So
Andy
this.
turned it even further in making him a kind of weirdo, a kind of um, goofy guy, and even
With
in
that
this end,
horn.
yeah, with his
With,
horn, with it's too large. He also has a banner. He has a sword in his hand, and yeah, but with all of these things, he's a goof. He becomes a goofy guy with letting his banner fall on the ground, or even when he blows his horn, his cheeks will be animated. So all these kind of
cool.
small small things inside of him make him a very unique, funny unit.
Yeah, but there is still a historical basis for him, right?
Yeah,
Because I
yes.
remember Andy posting some pictures that there were actually Aquilifers running around the battlefield
Oh yeah, for
thousands of
sure.
years ago.
They were one of the most important guys inside the Roman legion because they were the guys who carried the eagle. And I don't know how much you know about Roman army forces.
Not too much, but I'm here to learn.
Okay, yeah. Well, what it was is that um, a Roman, the Romans were one of the first um, battle forces which came up with an organizing strategy behind their army itself. So you start with what I know is your base grouping, and a base grouping has 8 legionnaires in there with 2, don't want to call them slaves, but workers. So you had
Right.
eight legionnaires and 2 workers, and that made a group of 10. And 10 groups of 10 made a cohort, and a cohort is then 80 fighters and 20 workers.
Right.
And after the cohort, you get the legion, and a legion was around, had to say it well, 1,000 guys, I think so. Something about that. So you had, and a legion, everyone knows the legion, the Roman legion, as being the main force of the Romans, with the
Yeah.
turtle tactics, with the shields. That's basically the image of the Romans. And every
Yeah.
legion,
So you're talking about the legionary unit as well, right?
yeah. But oh, I forgot one. Yeah. So you have between the cohort and the legion, you have the century, and that is then 100 men, and 100 men has a centurion. So every 100 men have one centurion who leads them, and next to the centurion is the equilator. And
Right.
every legion therefore has its main equilator with the standard of that legion. So it is a kind of icon for the legion. And when the equilator falls, the entire legion loses its motivation. So everyone
Oh
on the
wow.
field needed to protect that equilator. And there's even an historical fight where one of the legions was pushed back, and it was in the water, so the legion had to cross some borders, and the entire beach was crowded with enemy forces. So the Romans were afraid to take the beach, and then the equilator jumped out of the boat and just ran into the forces of the enemy. So the only choice the Roman army had was follow their equilator. He was that important for the army, he was not allowed to die. So every legion just had one task: run into the base and defend their equilator. And the
So what does this tell us about Romans in Project Celeste? How many equilators do we need in our army?
Good one. As far as I think so, you basically need one equilator or two equilators for every main grouping force.
Yeah. So maybe it's good to share what the equilator does actually. It's so in Project Celeste it boosts the damage dealt by
Yeah.
friendly units.
So that's a very important thing inside the troops. So you can have
Yeah. So
upgrades,
your
but
entire army will be boosted.
yes. So that's a huge advantage.
And it also reminds me a bit. Well, we talked about how people, when they play Quest, they like to make only a few types of units.
Yes.
For the Romans, it will. Well, we talked about the engineers and malaria being probably useful for every quest, but also equilators. You really want. Well, it's going to boost your entire army. So whatever unit you make, you probably a good idea to have an equilator or two backing up the army.
Yeah, because you can have maybe 20 spearmen and you can make two equilators, which is likely better than 30 or even 35 spearmen on themselves. So it's population-wise
Yeah.
very effective, but also economy-wise very effective to make just a few of those equilators and boost your entire army instead of making more and more units of the same type. But then again, you have to defend your equilator, so he may not die. That's the main important thing. And if he
Right, so
dies,
this was the one unit that one of your favorite units.
so
What
that's
was the other
yeah.
one?
The other one is that is the Primus.
Ah, of course.
Yeah, that's yeah. But basically, not the Primus. Yeah, not the main Primus, but the Primus afterlife.
Right. That's the best. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out once
Yeah.
he dies. The little animation. I'm so amazed that you guys got that working.
Oh, the standing up thing, you mean?
Yeah, him standing
Yeah.
up and still giving one last stand.
It's more a joke than that it will be way effective in the game, but
That will still have some impact, I think.
Oh yeah, a bit, but we just thought that he's that important for the civilization. The primus was basically the most important guy inside your army. So you had all these legions, and on top of all the legions was this primus guy, together with legates. But the primus was the most important fighter in the army.
I
So,
see.
for example, if you have Caesar leading your army, then he was a kind of primus pilus. He was the most important guy who leading the army. So we want to give him something special.
All right, and so well, recently the Roman quest line has been
Yeah.
developed. To what extent have you been involved in this process?
Not.
Have you played some of the quest yet?
The first 5, as far as I know. So few of them.
And what is your impression?
I think we come up with a very nice new type of quests. Because what he wanted to achieve, and I think he did well, was to come up with a fast-moving quest line. For example, when you look at the Celts with this quest line, it's very slow. You have some quests
Yeah.
where you just need to walk around and then have to search for 3 units on the map, and when you find them, then the quest is over. And with the approach of P is he come up with an approach where it's more straightforward, so you can rush through those quests, but they are a little bit difficult, more difficult than the standard ones. So it takes you
Yeah,
less time
interesting.
to do them, but it's a little bit harder to get them under control. At
I can
least
already see the people posting on the forums that the game is too hard.
the game is too hard.
Yeah, it happens like once per month that there's one person going to the forums and making a post of how, especially in the end game, the quests are just too hard.
Oh, but yeah, that's maybe hard to say so, but are the
We can
quests
teach them how to play.
are the quests too hard, or is their
That's a
gameplay not good enough?
that's a very good, but also a very confronting question.
It is, it is. But that's where Age of Empires stands out, in my opinion. Age of Empires Online, compared to the other Age of Empires games, is a very, very fast game. It's, you
Yeah,
need to rush your base extremely fast inside the game. So within the first 5 minutes, you need to have an economy running. And that makes it a very interesting game because you can rush within 5 or 10 minutes, but also your opponent can do that. And that makes it, if you compare it, for example, to Age of Empires 2, in Age of Empires 2, you can take up to 10 or 15 minutes before you make your first military unit. And therefore, also its quests are a little bit slower, and you have some more time to make a base, to make an army, etc. And here you just have to rush that extremely fast in your gameplay that it can be a bit overwhelming to incorporate it inside your gameplay. And if you play a lot of PvP, then you get used to it, and you get used to the build order and how to make some small armies and how to control them. But in PvA, most of the people just make economy, economy, economy until they are age 4, and then they rush with one big army inside the enemy base. And that is something that's not 100% in line with how the game works.
right. And what do you mean by that? It's not in line with how the game works?
Yeah, because the game is focused on being extremely fast, so playing extremely fast, and making small armies and control them very well. And therefore, in, for example, legendary quests, you have to use it in your advantage. You have to make a small army to defend against the early rushes, and you have to manage your economy well to get this under control. So you cannot take 5 minutes of rest and let things happen. You can't do that. You need to focus on everything. And
Yep.
therefore, legendary quests are very hard for a lot of players because they just want to go slowly and make their economy and take some time to make a big army, make 20 elephants, and then rush inside the base. But you can't do that on legendary quests. You have to make other units, you have to come up with other strategies which are more PvP related than PvA related.
I see.
So it's quite hard to do legendary quests because you have to come up with new types of gameplay, which are not the same for every civilization and not in line with how you normally play.
I see.
Because,
So I wanted to ask you something different.
yeah, go on.
So once the Romans will be released, everyone can go to their home city and click on their palace, and they will see the very nice tech tree that I think
Yeah,
Chief
P made
2K
it. P made it, yeah.
mainly made.
Yeah.
But there's also some buildings that are not on the tech tree, but they are still going to be new in the Romans, right?
And then you refer to?
Well,
In the
I think
capital
you have been making a lot of other assets.
Oh, yeah.
And I was just wondering if you could mention a few of those, and well, which one comes to mind the first?
Sure. Then I will launch my game. I already started the fortress for the animation, so I will do it all together. Let's go in then. I will just start a server, that will make it a bit easier. Yeah, the main thing to talk about is then Rome, so the city of Rome itself. Starting it. Oh. So the city of Rome has a lot of assets which are new in the game, like the palace, etc., which are completely unique for the game. And in your capital city, you only have the vanity items. But I'm loading Rome, so that will be a bit easier to show you guys and to explain what we are doing there. Because yeah, if you look to all the other civilizations, you basically have 4 or 5 civilization items, and it is the small bush, the large bush, the fountain, a vase, and do I forget another one? A statue. Those are the basic things you get with your vanity set. But for the Romans, we made a lot of things more because we wanted to have Rome being a real interpretation of Rome itself. So with all its glory inside of it. And it asks for a lot of new model things like the baluster to make a baluster around a cliff, or an extra tower to make this Rome look a bit more impressive than all the other cities.
So the goal is to make it the most impressive city of them all?
Yes, basically. And I have now Rome open. I see there are some spots not loaded here, but okay. And yeah, we have this river inside of it, which is part of Rome itself. And then we have this part of Rome, which is the spot where we want to exaggerate the power of Rome. Do you have the stream open route or not?
I do.
Let me first put off the sound because it's very annoying. And then this thing's happen again. Yes, escape, come on. Yeah, because everyone knows Rome, and everyone knows that Rome is an immense city and was very powerful in its days, and we wanted to represent that power inside the region. So it was a new approach in Celeste, because most of the cities are rather small. Like Spartan has, yeah, just it looks okay, but it's not that impressive. And for Rome, we want to take it a step further. So we have this circus inn, which already delivers 2 new models. We have the palace, which delivers 3 new building units or blocks. And we have here the ballistas to make this cliff looks better.
Palace is going to be one of its kind. I don't remember any other building of this size in the
No,
game.
that's true. This was really a thing that we talked about multiple times and discussed is, do we want to do this or not? Do we want to go this far? And we basically took the shot. We just, let's try it out and let's go a little bit further than the game does on its own and show them, yeah, just experience what is possible and um, how does this fit inside the game. So yeah, it's more than what we already have in the game. It's maybe a bit too much on some points, but it shows that we are capable of making large regions and represent Rome in its power that it was built on. So yeah,
Amazing.
this is a really big thing, and we hope everyone will like it in the end. And it will also be a building linked to a new game mode, likely. So, of two game types, one game mode for the palace and one game mode or game feature to the circus. So it will also have a purpose, so everyone can just directly find these 2 main buildings.
Very interesting. Can't wait to see what it looks like when you guys are finished with it.
Yes, so we wait a bit. We wait till we have the units in, the animations done, and all the dead animations done, and then we move to texturing these last pieces, and then we are basically almost ready for release.
Right.
So, oh, I see
Well,
here also we're back on the aqueduct, but it's already
that's a lot of
finished.
mail.
That's a lot of mail, yeah, yeah. But it's
You got mail.
also a model that we made especially for the Romans to incorporate this aqueduct.
Was it based on the mill building by any chance?
I think so. I think we
Ah,
duplicated the base code, but we already
I see.
solved it, so it's gone if I update the kit.
I see.
But yeah, we want to do this Rome as a masterpiece of our Celeste project to show everyone what we are capable of and that we are a huge fan of the game and that we want to bring it to another level. And I think this is the first step of how we want to achieve that in going a little bit further than the previous parts of the game
Amazing.
to bring it
All right.
something new.
Well, I think that's it for my part of the stream.
Yeah, because I already started on the fortress.
Yeah,
So
you have some fortress work to do. I will be watching the stream.
nice.
Thanks a lot for having me on and
Yeah,
for
nice to have
playing the
someone new
Cooking 2.
in. So that's always great. Always nice to have
Too
some.
bad we didn't win it.
Yeah, but we did it. We did well. We
We did
we,
well.
we
Next time
hold
we'll get
for
it.
a long time, so that's great.
All
So
right. Well,
thanks,
see you
Wout,
guys.
for dropping in, and I see you in the chat then, I guess.
Yeah, take care. Bye bye.
Okay, bye bye. So that was Wout. Always nice again to have someone in. Just some new guys dropping in. Wout, of course, not a new guy, but still a new guy linked to the Roman project. And in the meantime, I already started with the fortress, and I have here the base file open. I separated the roofs, so that's the thing. And I separated the towers, and also this main roof with this block underneath, and the basic things over here. So that's the first step. So to move this one aside to about 20. So all this is separated except this thing, meaning that I have, yeah, what we're gonna do? Separate all these arrows then up and join them together with the towers for now. So yeah, most of the time you just see me, you see P and Chaos, and Andy, of course, inside the blocks. But beside of them, we have a lot of more persons involved in the Romans, which are very important for the team, which brings us better understanding of PvP stats, etc., of game testing, all the quests being made, so we may not forget them. And that's why they are inside the banner, of course. So here, get this thing right away. That's why Wout as well is mentioned here in the PvP test team and also in the PvA test team. Because beside of the main guys over here, they all bring something to the team, which we really appreciate and can't appreciate enough. So time to run a first test in this thing. And it's already a rigid body, so I'm gonna put a few things and let's see how this reacts. Oh, there we go. Okay. Time to fix some of the blocks here. And then it's time to move objects to other layers. Okay. And then moving or joining them together. So Ctrl G and G, G, and join. I'm also gonna start the editor servers so that I can look at the dead animations of other fortresses. Oh. That is a stupid mistake. Come on. Don't tell me. Yeah, that was the first thing that I've done. Okay. See, there is a thing that does not need to be there. Okay. Play offline. And merge these ones together. Or not, just keep them separate for now. Else the animation will look very weird. Okay, scenario editor. Keep the chat running here. And check out the fortresses. We have the Babylonian one. And let's check out this one. That should be enough. Animation dialog up. And let's see how it explodes. Up. Get rid of the effects. Same one for this one. Up. No effects anymore, and now we can play it accordingly. So what happens here is all of these arrows are separate objects and they bounce. They collide with nothing, but here they collide with an in with an internal invisible mesh. And we see here a clear base standing up, so that's a good thing to use. So we have to split the towers. Okay. And for this one, it's the same. They fall down and they bounce off, these arrows. And here all the 4 towers falling off. So first of all, I'm going to do these arrows, meaning that need to split them into separate objects. P and the other one P, and then centralize them. Oh, forgot this one then. P 8, 8, and these ones were already done. These last 2. Yep. Okay, so that's working. Then some collections to do here. 3, 4, 5. We're going to put these in the last collision border. And what I'm doing here is that I do not collide with any other mesh. So every object which shares these layers collide. So that means that this thing, the base one, is not dynamic, so it doesn't move, and it collides with any object which shares these top layers. And when we look to the roof, it only has this one, so it's collide with this base thing, also with the column, which is in the first layer, with this one in the first layer, but not with the bow because it's in a different layer and it's not blue. Then we're going to make a new collection here, and we're going to insert a cube, 7, and now we're going to duplicate what they are doing in the other ones, and that is something like this. And we need it to be a little bit lower, so here we go, and then duplicate it over the other towers. Shift D, GA, and this would be fine. Hub, Ctrl G, rigid body, dynamic, this one. Nice for the reaction. Ricky Moan, thanks that you like it. And you help us with being around and playing the game. That's basically what we appreciate already. So it still explodes in a sense it does not need to explode, meaning that something is blocking this thing. Here we go. Is the scale is right? That's okay. New collection then. And move all these ones to collection number 3. Arrows. And call this 1 collisions like that. And that's it. These ones are all centralized. Oh, that's the case. Now it should be better. Yeah, so that's what I'm hoping for. And this is the first thing. Putting this one on 110. So they fall down and then they fall on the ground. I see here a question. What is your favorite new feature about the Romans? Feature is a difficult question. Ooh, I guess that all goes about how they play with the offices. I guess the offices is the best thing that we incorporated because they make the civilization quite unique, but also the entire Roman layout. Yep. So what I did here is I moved the corners a little bit around so these collision boxes have a slightly different angle on which these arrows collide. So they will not all fall exactly the same, but if you look from above here, they all point a little bit to another direction. So this one are perfectly aligned, this one falls on an angle, these ones as well. So this is the approach that I need. Great. That's the first step. And now we can hide this one and enable these. Let's check this one out again. And here the roof falls into 4 parts. 1, 2, or 3. 3, I guess. And then this one comes between, but that's okay. And it ends up with the main structure still there. Tower's broken and the main spot broken. So that's an approach that I can duplicate, meaning that this one and this one, and likely some of them. Time to split these up then. I'll set, new towers. Okay. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, and 4. And move them to the towers. There we go. And get rid of everything. What is this? Okay. So there we go. Also the roof stands. Sorry, I forgot about them. 1, 2, 3, 4. And move them to the tower layer. Up, up. Only thing I need to check here is how high the base will be. This one, and this one for now, together with these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Control G. This one will be the base, which will be standing up. So I need to be these towers to cut off around the same size as this one. Okay. So time to split it up. No arrows. Yeah, let's do that. Tap into edit mode. Alt set to go into the invisible view. I want dots. And then it's time to break them up. So bisect. and whoop. And this is a bit hard because I need to select all the dots which are part of this inner structure. Almost there then. So let's counter the question. And what do you think is the best feature of the Romans? What do you think that makes it, oh, which makes it the most unique Civ, or what you make the most exciting to play them? Is it the gameplay? Is it the PvA, PvP, or is it a special unit you're looking for? What is it that you are curious about? Is there something you miss, or is there something you didn't expect to come in? Because I have all of them. The split. One and hit stop. Split you off. Their team mostly, yeah. So just for them being the Romans, I can understand that. But then, how do you look forward to new civilizations? Because the Romans are the thing that everyone wanted, of course. Romans were the thing, the team everyone wanted in, but yeah, where to go for in the next ones? Why did you use? Well, can I ask which did you use to do those cuts in the structures? The knife tool or modifier? No, no, it's not a knife, because the knife, what the knife does is um, cutting basically here a line, but it's not cutting all the way through. So doing it here, for example, I can only cut over the main face, so the one that I'm seeing here. But with the bisect tool, and it's called just basically bisect. So edit mesh bisect. Oh, I can draw a line through it from any perspective, and it cuts the model all the way through. So it makes a new seam through the entire model, to all the faces that the seam is projected on. And then it automatically selects the new edge, and then you have to manually. Yeah, I also didn't know that it was existing, so I just found it by accident. But especially for these types of things, it's a very useful tool. Ah, and we see Andy here. Oh, that is something that I'm not sure about. We got all the big hitters done, but I'm not sure about that. History is way more complex than Romans, Persians, Babylonians, and Egyptians. There are way more civilizations which made an enormous impact on history. For example, the what is a good one? You have the Indians, you have the Carthaginians, Phoenicians, um, the Chinese, which was an extremely important civilization. So don't think that we have hit the most important ones. Indeed, we have hit the most important European civilizations, but when you move other directions, then no. There are way more interesting ones. Where was I left? Oh, here. So this one needs to be non-dynamic. Here we go. That was Wout. Oh, yes. Okay. So yeah, that's great here. U needs to be inside the second layer then. U needs to be... Hey, why do you explode? Layer 3 and layer 3 and in layer 3. Yes, almost. Is there more inside layer 2 then? Don't think so. Mongols as well, a large civilization in time. So don't think that we covered everything. There's way more left than what's in the game. This thing behaves a bit weird. Not sure what is doing it, but... Oh, I see. Edit mode. I made some errors here. And there as well. Gx minus 4 and U control G. This seems to be the perfect cut. What is the best about this game? Inability to co-op with a friend and level up your city. In RPG matters, yeah, I don't know why this game isn't played, utilized more. Yeah, there is a reason put it in why, and that is basically the rough start of the game itself. So the game didn't have the best start it could get. So in the beginning, the player base was quite small. And the other reason can be, not 100% sure, is the art style. When most players saw this art style, they were a bit like, is this really a good game like Age of Empires 2 with a realistic style? This is more like low key, uh, a low key game, just with a cartoonish younger player approach, something like that. In the end, it isn't, but that's the thing that you can experience. So the player base wasn't that big, so in the end, not a lot of players left over, sadly. I see this bicycle is not going as great as I was hoping for. Oh, that's a really hard question. I guess I don't, because this is a project that I can imagine and manage. Um, I know what I'm doing, and everyone in the team as well. We know what we're trying to achieve, and we can handle it. But once we go bigger than this, then yeah, you basically need to do a lot and a lot more than what we think we're capable of. And you need a lot of more, you need a lot more time to just write all the code, and that's something that we don't have. We do this voluntarily, so we can't basically um, do a full-time job for nothing. And another thing is that because we are doing this um, by ourselves, we create a team of good friends, of guys who like to work together, and yeah, we just keep in touch with each other and having some nice conversations, etc. And once you go a step further, you really have to think more professionally, and yeah, that will break the team, I guess. Oof, this is not going the direction I was hoping for. Is there a better way to do this than? I think there is a better way to do this. I'm gonna try it out here. Uh, let's see. Shift A, mesh cube. Put this box in. Rotate it X and I. Perfect. Shift D the tower. And then there is this copy. And make this cutting box. Let's try this out. The copy. And add in a modifier boolean object cutting box, apply boolean, and did it work? Cutting box copy. This one worked fine. some weird leftover space, but those can be deleted here. This one as well, deleted. Perfect. And then the other way around, edit this box. And extend it all the way up. Extend this way, so it covers it. Verticals. And then face. And then we have this one. We have the cutting box still in. Boolean, cutting box, apply. Hide the cutting box. Yes. And then get rid of these lines, which you could use to the cutting box. Edges. There we go. Looks a bit better. Only problem here is that I need to cap this. F. And here as well. Q. Oh, but the capping is really great here. I'm gonna do this for all of them. QF. Perfect. That's a nice one. I see Andy joined the chat, so that's great. Let's see what he's saying. Our unfair advantage is that we don't get paid. As soon as we involve money, we would have to let money decide how we develop the game. Put one, yes. And also when you incorporate money, then in some way you are, there are expectations when money comes in. And expectations are not bad, that's always a good thing, but it also asks for a kind of profession, and that is always in development. And it forces us, the team, to constantly make new content, which we love to do, but we should take care of ourselves and not go too far in developing stuff, and also keep our jobs running. Okay, so this one is doing fine now. Edit 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Just 1, 2 then. And here 1, 2. Okay. Time to get the collisions up. In 3. In 3. In 3 then. How does this work? Dynamic off. Okay. I see this box explodes in another direction, but that's... What is this? Oh, hey. You shouldn't be there. Delete face. That works better. That works how I have it in mind. And then like this, I'm gonna move these columns to layer 1 again. Layer 1, layer 1. So now this works good. This one doesn't slide off. Likely because the surface response is too high. Yeah, so now it falls off. 0.5. Perfect. The columns fall down, but I need to centralize them. 8. That works almost fine. Then the roof may go to the same collision border as this cube. So, like that. Nah, not like that. This already works fine. Only this one is a bit weird, but okay. Slides off. Need to modify it a bit so these ones are connected here. And here as well. Ooh, hoo, hoo, hoo. Ah. Let's make it not too hard for myself. And keep these columns in. But then what we can do is insert a cube, very small one, and move it let's see. So it is slightly overlapping with the model like this, and then inwards and setting it dynamic to the same layer as this guy, which is layer 3. And let's see what we can do here. Hey, oh, not visible then. GZ. Yes. Still a bit up. GZ. Way better. Then this friction may go up. Ooh, almost, almost. No. 50. Come on, you're almost there. Fall, fall, don't slide. 70. Come on. Put the gravity higher then. Put it on 1.7. Friction is again too high then. Lower the friction. 2.5. That is basically what I was hoping for. Perfect. Time to model the roof and do the same thing. So bisect it. Bisect it. Like no. want to do bisect like this. Yes. And this one as well. Here we go. And this one. Did I miss something? No, I didn't. Be separated. And then I also want to separate it with bisect over there. And then I can cut off. I'm missing one vertex here. Yes. And bisect it. 8, 8, 8. See what it does here. Nah, it's getting there. It's getting shape. First put a roof on top of this thing here. Whoop. Oh, meh. This. Perfect. And one here then, that's not gonna work. That's just doable. Okay, and then it is roof time to cap them off. And 1, 2, F, Q, F, Q, F. Here this side, and this is a weird shape. Let's do this one first. Oh, this is a weird thing. What happens here? Let's check it out within this view, because I see that something is not done right there with the bisect tool. This one is done as it should be. Q, Q, F, Q, F. Again, this is one of the hardest ones to set. Oh. Merge. Last. Let's do the same here. AZ. Merge last. F, F. One, two, three, four. Ah, come on. Let's do this later on when I have everything running. Want eagle to be separated. B hub. Hope it explodes up. Perfect. Great. Then we're gonna move the base to a new collision. Base up and move the base there. And then I can Ctrl G them. And this looks okay, this part. Looks good. Meaning that this tower is done. This tower is corrupted, so to do that, yes. Get in here. Duplicate it. Hey. Oh. It is still running, okay. As long as it's running, I'm okay with it. Not gonna touch anything. Okay. Need to look for the fortress. Here we go. GX minus 20. Minus 20. And those two guys were corrupted. Meaning I need to copy them from here. And not use the bisect on them again. Can do it on the roof, but not on the towers. And the other one isn't inside, so 1, 2, 3. Here we go. Oh. And this is it then. Yes. P separate. Up. Delete. Delete. G. Oh. GX 20. And it's back. Oh, yes. And the tower. Tower needs to go into this one. And you will be invisible. Okay. Time to duplicate this collision border thing. Towers, cutting box. And move this cutting box into position. So there we go. Needs to rotate them a little bit around the right X. So here we go. This is it. What is this? Okay. And let's do it again then. But then for the other tower. And here. And the back side. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, whoop. G. Do we have everything? It seems so. No, we don't have everything. P. Separate. GX20. And move you to the towers. Towers. And hide you again. Up. Towers collision. Base towers. Cutting box. So this is the only good collision box. Cutting box, cutting box, cutting box. Shift D. Rotate it and now it's time to focus here. This one is done, meaning that it's now time to do this one. Don't want to cut through the shields. See, I missed a shield over there. Let's check that out. Yes, I missed a shield there. So let's move them in. Edit P, LLP, selection hub, GX21 hub, and join. Perfect. Okay. Meaning that we need a copy of this one. Or we're going to start with, we're going to work clockwise. So copy of this guy. This is cutting box 1. And the tower. Copy. Hub. Modifier. Boolean. Boolean. Object. Cutting box 1. Perfectly apply. GX8. Modify this to this direction. Hub 1, 2. Delete. Oh, delete verticals. Yes. And 1, 2, F. Amazing, perfect. And then we have the main one, which we are gonna boolean again with collision box number 1. And when that's done, we can apply and then hide collision box 1. Here we need to get rid of some leftover pieces, which are, oh, that's the wrong one. Delete it. Delete it. perfect. And then this one needs to be gx minus a to move. Oh, that's the cat. No, it's far from dinner time when 2 is cut. Right, let's do this one as well then. Here we have 17 duplicates, turns into 90, turns into 90 copy. And 70 and 90 copy by collision box number 2. Boolean hub collision box number 2 apply hub gx minus 8 mirror the collision box like that. Oh. And scale it up, doesn't matter here. Delete verticals and face. And here we're gonna collision again with collision box 2 and apply hub, get out of the view, edit hub edge. Again, perfect. As I hope for gx8 into place. The last one to go. Shift D10 9 copy. Copy 01, that's okay for now. Boolean with collision box number 3. Apply. gx minus 8. Edit. 1, 2. Faces, no, vertical, sub, F. Perfect. And then for this one again, Boolean, hub, collision box number 3, done, apply, great. Put it off. Edit some leftover pieces here, no, doesn't seem so. It does seem so. Perfect, great. Nice. gx8. 1, 2, 3, 4. Join and gx20. Edit mode. qf. 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 And qf. This one is done, the other side as well then. qf. Again. 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 And again. And the last one, F, 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 and, oh, hey, yes, F, seems to have a slight error here, but it is doable again, object, perfect for the base. So this is basically the part that will be left over when the building is destroyed. I see a slight error in here. QF, forgot that one. Here as well. And not matter, they may overlap, that doesn't matter at all, because that will be fixed with the overlay with the UV. Perfect. There we go. Great. Edit. L, 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 B hub, GX minus 20. We will join it later on. Okay. Time to finish the base then. Towers off. GX minus 20 here. Put on this collection. And join them. And it's a static, that is okay. I want to have some of them falling down. So let's take, for example, these two pieces and these ones. Here two may fall down. And here as well. 1, 2. And this one. 8, 8. What do we have here? These 1, 8, 8. I see a message popping up, so I will look at it in a second. First, before I forget, I have to do these ones before I forget. Dynamic, 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 dynamic. Yes, perfect. They're now in level 1. I want to be them in 6. And 6. And 6. And 6. And 6. How does it look like? They fall down. Okay, properly. Shift A mesh cube. 7. Yes, up. Edit mode. Edit mode. They fall there. So scale this up like that. GZ like this. And there we go. Collision border together with layer 6. Up. Not dynamic. And move you to the collisions. Up. There we go. And now they should fall properly when they are almost. Ah, this looks okay. Now it's time to look at the message. I think there's a way to delete all those vertices and edges which don't generate faces, but I can't remember how. Yeah, true, there is one way. There is key something like delete individual verticals or so, but as you already said, I don't remember how or what the exact key is, but it seems that I'm working around it properly. Okay then, and the next step here will be to look at the shields. And basically everything that is done, I will move to a new layer. So now I will animate these shields here, which are inside the collection 1. And I'm gonna bring them to base. So now I can work on them properly. Seeing that they are doing a bit weird here, meaning that they are pushed away by something, meaning that I can move them to this layer here as well, move them to this layer. Up. How does it work now? See that some of them are 8. Ha, okay. Perfect. These fall down properly. They fall down quite well. Here, this one needs to be deleted. And delete here. Working great now. Okay, so this part is working okay, the base. Time to move to the gate. I think it's a way selecting all and press X and then all of the options, but I think it doesn't exist anymore in 2.6. Okay, if you find it, let me know. That will help me a lot. In the meantime, I will work further on the gate, which exists out of these two guys. Hahaha. Luckily, you have a reverse key, so don't be too afraid. Okay. They are now pushed out. That must. Here we have another one, with this weird thing. Edge up. Okay. So they are pushed out because they are in this layer. Let's put them into 6 as well, meaning that they will okay, meaning that I have to modify this thing here. 1, 3, alt set. This is where the gate falls down. So I have to move this one over there. Oh, GI, hey, yes, 7, 3, GI here. Put in seam 3 and extrude it so it's just meets it over there. It is still pushed out by something, but by what it's pushed? Oh, likely by the eagle. So we're gonna move the eagle to 7. Dynamic 2 kilograms then. Almost added GI. I'm not hoping for that. What if I put this thing on a on a box collision? Box collision 3. Why is it doing that? Yes, haha, it was the friction then. This is what I want. Up, falls down, that's properly, and then that. Any big challenges left for the Romans after this? No. Basically, for me, not. I only have to do these set animations, and this one together with the town centers and the wonder is the most complex. So no. For me, this is basically the end thing to do. If nothing comes up. What do we have? Hey, we have Andy here. Da, 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 let me know if you like to drop in. I have time now. And let's keep Andy running here. I'll put you on hold. Oh, sure already. Then I'm gonna call him in. And let's call in the hub. Let's call Andy. And see how fast Andy is in. And in the meantime, we can go to the next part.
Hello?
And there is Andy already in. So good to hear you, Andy.
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah, it's going fine. It's getting there. It's getting there. Working on the fortress. Immense
Yeah, it looks
thing to
great.
do. Yeah, it's finally getting there. It's a bit more complex than any of the other buildings, but that's fine. It's not that it's too complicated.
Yeah, yeah. I think it's great. Having fun watching. It's very satisfying to see it get
Ah,
destroyed.
so, so you already when did you drop in the stream? Have you just dropped in recently or from the beginning?
Me? I woke up about an hour ago.
Ah, oh, okay. Seriously? Oh, wow, okay.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
you have a free weekend.
I know, so I slept in.
Great, great. So you are on your own?
Yeah, I'm on my own right now.
Ah, so finally some rest.
Yeah, I have to say I was very happy when I turned it on and I found that you were talking about building another Civ. I figured you were
Oh no, not none.
I figured you were totally burned out at this point.
Oh, after this one I will be. Don't worry.
Yeah.
So maybe
Ah,
you dropped in recently, and oh, he sounds a bit loud, and I'm gonna uh, put him on a little slower. Here we go. Should be
okay.
better
You
now.
know what? Okay. Good.
Yeah, maybe you could already answer a question that I did. It's from Buladin. Uh, do you know if there are more challenges after this one for the
I
Romans? Is there something really hard we need to tackle anymore or not?
Let me look. Let me see where we are. He asks a question. Let's give him an answer. Let's see. Let me pull up Chaos's. Where is our list? I know we still need to do the vocals. We've been talking a lot about
Oh,
it,
yeah.
and I think we're ready to go. But I've been waiting for Puya to tell me when to do it
Ah,
because I'm gonna record the villagers, but I kind of want to do it at the same time that the other vocals are getting done, so we can kind of work it out together. Because there's a lot of vocals that are just goofy.
but how many of them have you already been made? How many do you have at the moment?
Um, We have to pretty much make them all, I think. I made some about a year ago, but I don't even know. I don't think we're going to use those. I was just sort of a practice run, but I have recently put together a sort of a final script for every unit. I've got it. I'm looking at it right here, and so I've got every single unit with every single thing they need to say, and I have them each saying 5 different, each category of things. They've got 5 different lines. So
Oh wow.
I took I went kind of overboard. I went through and created a giant master list of all of the vocals that are in all of the Age of Empires games that I could find.
Oh
So
yeah.
like every single thing that any unit says when you select them, and I got them all translated into English, and then I in turn translated them all into Latin. So I I had this huge sort of master list of things that we could say. So and then we had to write some too, of course. But at any rate, we need to record something like right now. My number is 731 different vocals across all of the units.
But how are you
So
gonna know that you pronounce it right?
what's that?
How do you know that you're gonna pronounce it okay? The Roman.
Oh, like that we're pronouncing the words the way the Romans did.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the fun part. We know how Romans spoke. There's That's like really well known. Even though, of course, there was no voice recordings back then. But linguists with science of linguistics have been able to sort of recreate how the Romans have sounded, and they can do that. One way they can do it is they can see how words evolved into different languages, and so you can kind of trace back how it had to have been spoken in the source language. And then there's also writings that we still have about Romans writing about how things should sound,
Oh.
where they say like this word should be rhyming with that word and so forth. And
Aha.
then another good way that they can do it is they can find misspellings of words or common misspellings of words, and they can surmise based on the way it was misspelled how it should have sounded, because the people that didn't know writing it out. And
Aha.
so long story short, when you put it all together, we actually know how the Romans spoke, like how to,
Okay.
how they made their vowels and stuff. So that's pretty fun. So I actually, there's a few good videos on YouTube about that, and so it's sort of necessary viewing for us if we're going to then make our own versions of that. So
But did you have Roman classes on
I took
your?
Latin.
Oh,
Yeah, I
okay.
took Latin. I took Latin, but I'm old now, so this is a long time ago.
Yeah. Okay. But at least you know the
At
alphabet,
least I know the
etc.
basics.
Yeah.
Yeah. But and the cool thing is that it's not any of our language, so we can all anybody could do it, which is fun. Yeah, but yeah, it's actually funny. Not only do we know how the Romans spoke, but we actually know how people spoke, and we know words and languages that have been completely lost to us, that have never been written down, and that were phased out like 1,000, even more than. Linguistics is a pretty fascinating thing. They've sort of forensically reconstructed languages that have never been spoken before, just
Hmm.
based on how words have traveled around the region and stuff. Cool.
Okay.
Yeah, I know,
Nice.
right? Yeah.
So that doesn't
So,
matter when field drops in, you can start with vocals. That's basically the thing then.
yeah. So there's vocals. I know the music has been
Oh.
worked on in some part, but I don't think we have anything to announce that. So I'm not going to announce anything. Um, That's the biggest thing for me. I mean, the campaign is still huge, but we really are trying to not have the campaign be itself a delay in
Yeah.
the
Okay.
Romans. The idea with the campaign was to have us, you know, not the non 3D guys doing something while we were waiting for you guys. Not that you guys were taking an unnecessary amount of time. It's just that your project was bigger than anything else. Oh,
good.
Houlidan would be asking if we're putting any nods or Easter eggs in the vocals. Yeah, we're
In the vocals.
definitely.
Oh.
Yeah, we've got. I have a lot of. Well, not a lot, but we have a good number of Easter eggs. I guess they're not Easter eggs if I say what they are, but we put some little things in, some little nods to the other things that have been said in prior games. I've got some other little things we kind of put in for fun. One of the tricks is to try to give each character their own little personality, although that's a pretty subtle thing, and I doubt people will pick up on that. But we're trying.
It's such a thing that nobody noticed, but when it isn't there, then people will notice.
Yeah, it's got to be like, let's see, something like like the spearmen. I kind of don't like the spearmen. I've said that before. I think they're just aiming, but he's kind of a grunt unit, so he doesn't have much. So I don't give him like the fun or the exciting things to say.
Yeah.
And then, but the engineer and the Primus Pilus, they're more intelligent people, so they say, I don't know, slightly other things. Let's see, what do I do with the Primus? He, so oftentimes the units will say things like, "What would you have me do?" or "I'm here, tell me what to do," or so forth. But the Primus is kind of the big guy, so I try to put his words more like he is telling the player what to do. Like he's the boss. So I don't know, little things like that, just for fun. So
Hey Andy,
yeah.
technically wise, do you have me on your speaker or not?
Yes.
Yeah, because
Oh,
certain times
is
I
that?
can echoing. I can hear an echo
Oh
of my
no.
speaking.
Oh, okay. Let's see.
Not all the
What
time,
can I
but
do?
sometimes it's getting in.
Okay, hold on a sec.
Oh, that was the wrong layer then. Which layer do I need? Da, da, da. Oh, get off! Oh, this can help. It doesn't help. Why don't you break apart? This is interesting. Collisions, boxes, is layer 2. I mean that you all need to be layer 2 then. 1, 2. 1, 1.
Okay, we can try it now, but
Great.
if it's still bad, I'll try one more thing.
It wasn't that bad, but was just a thing. So where did we left off?
I was just talking about the vocals.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see here.
So yeah, you're working on the basics of the vocals then.
Yeah,
Or
they're
do you
ready to
have
go.
the?
We just need to record them
Oh,
now.
you were with the Primus.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, there'll be little things in there, but it's still kind of too early to say. I mean, I think once we start doing it, we'll know more for sure how it feels. Hard to script things, and we've never done it before.
Yeah, none of this is what we've done before, so
Exactly. But I don't know. God, what else we've got to do?
yeah, I think that we are then pretty far with the development.
We're getting there. We're getting there. I mean, let's see here. I think. Oh, there's still vanity items we need to make.
Oh yeah, vanity items. Okay, yeah.
Music. I forget. Have we made all of the banners? The 3D models of the banners? I think
Oh, I'm not sure about that.
not either. So we have to finalize that item. I know we've got we've got Shanks has outlined all of the individual specific items, the different banners, the different levels and names and what they buff. So there's I don't know how many of those, but those are ready to be assigned a model, and then make the little card. That's pretty much everything. But that's a lot. Let's see what else we have. Um,
But I think we have to. I think we have the
oh,
banners.
we need some loading still.
Oh yeah, some loading
Uh,
screens. Yes.
that's small but necessary. Um, and then there's the campaign, and we'll need some more items for the campaign, but that's usually just gear, and we get fairly easily.
But the campaign is quite far. It is
What's
basically
that?
the campaign is P has made the entire campaign, right? And it is
Yeah,
far
we have.
developed.
Oh, the campaign's quite far. Yeah, we're playtesting it right now. Of everything made. Um, it's just a matter of finally balancing it and kind of organizing it. Like right now, for instance, I can log in and every single quest is open to me at all times.
Oh yeah.
So it's not unlocked. We haven't put it in order yet, but that's just for playtesting. Just so I can jump to any quest I want at any time. I don't have to earn it or something. So we need to kind of pack it back into its into its briefcase. It's all sort of but that's I at least my understanding is that's fairly easy to do.
Yeah, it's just one line of code you need to change. That's it.
Yeah, yeah. And then there's I guess there's other little things like I think we're still ironing out like all the rewards in the campaign. We've got experience points and everything. One thing that needs to be done, that's on me, is we have to finish up all the quest giver lines, and I've been very slow with that for a couple of reasons. Uh, Roll along I'm doing here. So I have finally not in terrible shape. I just have to buckle down and finish it. I've got probably 20 quests left to write the 3 quest giver lines, and then I need to go back and revise it. I'm kind of taking a lot of time, and it's stupid because I don't think anyone's going to read these quest giver lines.
Oh, they
But
will. Those are those are the things that you don't read, but when they are wrong, then everyone sees it. So it needs to be okay. It needs to be good.
yeah, I know, and so that's what I'm trying to do. Like it's I'm kind of taking an awful lot of time, and I don't know if it's going to look like I took a lot of time when all is said and done. But I've got like Caesar, Pompey, and Mark Anthony, and then I've got a whole host of other quest givers, and so I'm trying to have them speak each in their own voice, so it feels like you're reading the lines from Caesar or you're reading the lines from Pompey. And he doesn't really like Caesar, and he tells you about that. And then there's Mark Antony, and he's sort of in the mix too. And then you've got all these other quest givers. So I'm sort of, meanwhile, I'm just trying to like tell the player what the quest is.
Ah, oh,
But
okay.
the quests have absolutely nothing to do with the fact that Pompey's an asshole, and so is Caesar, but in a different way. And but I'm still trying to kind of like play around with that. And so it's probably I'm overcomplicating it, basically.
But you think that Pompey is the biggest asshole of the three, or?
Um, no, I don't know. I'm trying to kind of catch that voice, like Caesar's kind of, he obviously is the one everybody knows, and he's the one that ends up winning the whole thing.
Yeah.
But he's sort of like the ups. Pompey was a huge deal before Caesar was. When Caesar was just a kid, Pompey was already like, the most important guy in the world. And then Caesar kind of comes up underneath him and is, does things a different way. And Caesar kind of represents the everyman, and Pompey's more of the established elite. The patrician class, and Caesar's more of a plebeian. And so there's, Caesar kind of does his own thing, but Pompey just fucking hates Caesar. And so I'm having fun with that. And then Mark Antony is kind of someone coming up underneath Caesar, so he's kind of
But he's even a
a
bigger
disciple.
asshole.
I think Mark Antony's kind of the nicer guy. I think he ends
Nicer
up, but then he
guy?
ends, but then he ends up, after Caesar dies, he ends up sleeping with Caesar's wife, and so it's the whole thing is a little strange. We're not going to get into that part, but Caesar's married to Cleopatra, and then all of a sudden Caesar's dead. Next thing you know is Mark Antony's sleeping with Cleopatra. So I don't know. Very complicated world. and meanwhile, it's just Age of Empires online, and nobody cares about. This isn't Shakespeare, So,
But didn't we?
so
I was just thinking at a certain moment, we don't have Octavian in, right?
we don't have who?
Octavian?
Augustus.
Augustus, yes.
Um, don't we have? Um, do I think we have visuals for him? We're not using him right now. If we have him, I think you might be right. I might be confusing him with Mark Antony, but for some reason now,
Oh,
I need.
oh, that can be a thing. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it could be. Yeah. And then there's the third guy. I think that was Lepidus or somebody. Nobody knows the third guy.
Yeah, man, Lepidus
Um,
was he was teaming up with was it with Brutus?
you may be right. I'm a little. I haven't read up on the second triumvirate very
Hmm.
much.
Because I guess
Info.
Lepidus was convincing Brutus to form this three-person alliance against who was it? Against Caesar in the beginning. So when Pompey was half gone, those three together started a kind of alliance or something. Don't know
Yeah,
perfectly, but there are
yeah, I
so
think
many
you're right.
alliances going on there.
Yeah, I don't know if we're gonna. I don't know. We may get to the second triumvirate, but for us to do a quest line on
But the
that, we
second
have to first.
triumvirate, what is the second triumvirate? That's
Oh, that's so
Octavian with
Mark Antony and Lepidus.
oh is it oh okay. Then I'm
Yeah,
wrong
that was
about
like
Lepidus. Then I'm
yeah.
not sure who he
So
is.
well, so yeah. So basically, there's the first triumvirate, and when that broke down, Caesar kind of took over. So let's see. I mean, first we could do quest lines on Caesar up in Gaul and Pompey out east, and Crassus doing his thing, and then the three of them kind of come together, and then Crassus gets killed, and then it's just Caesar and Pompey, and then there's this whole civil war between the two of them. I mean, we can totally cover this in a quest line, and then Caesar ends up winning and becoming Caesar. Then he gets assassinated, and that left a vacuum open where that was filled with the second triumvirate, which was more of Augustus, Mark Antony, and Lepidus. And then,
but
and then
yeah,
ultimately
that
Augustus comes
triumvirate
in. I mean,
was
he calls himself Octavian at that point, but
yeah,
I'm
Octavian is
simplifying.
his real name. Augustus
It
is
is.
later given to him. He never
I
used the
know.
name Augustus.
No.
But no, the thing was that the second triumvirate was made to get the civil war under control after the death of Caesar.
I think that's right.
And
That's right.
later on, then they started to, again, hate each other. And then that's where Mark Antony was sent to Egypt to take control over Egypt, etc., to just move him out of the way. And Lepidus was going to Africa, as far as I know, then. And that's where eventually Mark Antony cut off the grain export to Rome. And that's when the second triumvirate broke.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds about right. That
And
sounds
that's
about
when,
right. So,
at least that's what, that was the trick of Augustus, is that in the end, um, the thing was that Mark Antony cuts off the grain support of Rome, so no one in Rome had food anymore because Egypt was the exporter of grain. And then Mark Antony, oh sorry, no, Augustus sent some delegates to Egypt, which were refused by Augustus, no, refused by Mark Antony, and that's when they broke up. So it was a plan of Augustus to break the triumvirate, because he was just a sneaky boy, Augustus. He is seen as one of the best emperors in time, but he was one crazy, wicked guy, even better than Caesar in manipulating people around him.
yeah, that's. I think you've got it. You've got it. Oh, I'm looking at. We've got questions here. Questions for the vocal guy. That must be me.
That's me. That's you.
Hey, I'm happy to be anything on this team.
Hey, now I can put you on a new
even
name
if I'm
in
known
the
for
credit
a
list.
project that we haven't even really done yet. That's fine. I'll be vocal guy. What's my favorite thing about the Romans? What's your favorite thing, Max?
That is such a hard question, Andy. We
I
get it all the
know.
time, but
Um,
mine is that in
it's
general.
like asking your favorite thing about your child. Like that my child is alive is my favorite thing that I have that the Romans are. That is my favorite part about the Romans. Uh, you know, like, how about oh, what's your favorite unit? I think
That's the
I
question that
like the.
I already answered. For me, it's the Equilever, and second, it's the Primus.
Oh, you said what was your first one?
Equilever.
Oh, that's how you say it. The equivalent. Well, say it again.
Equilever? That's it or not?
Equilever.
I think
Okay.
so.
I've always
Okay.
been saying Aqualifer, but that's probably sounds very like Americanized. It doesn't
Aqualiver?
sound like
That
a
doesn't
yeah.
sound that good,
It
but
doesn't
okay.
sound right. I didn't know, but I didn't know how else to pronounce it.
I also have no idea, but I think Equiliver is a
Okay.
bit too
I'll
American.
I will find out for you how we're supposed to. I'll work on that. I like the Centurion. I think that might be my favorite. Although I playing with them, yeah, I like the Centurion a lot because he's so beefy and I like that we gave him that ranged attack.
Oh yeah.
I think that's really neat. I think we made a good decision. I also like the legionary. And I like that. I like that. Yet again, another thing we decided. I like that we gave them upgrades both ages 3 and 4, because then it really does make the legionary super important for the entire use of the civilization. And
Yeah, so you
I
can
think
use
that's
him in
just really
H2, but also in H4, it's a strong unit.
right. So he upgrades in age 4 as well, and so that way you're always using them. And I just think that really does the unit justice and does the history justice, because we were facing either bringing him in age 2 and then he's not really that important by age 4, you've moved on to other units,
Yeah.
or we wait until age 3 to bring him, and that didn't feel right either. Like, he should be there in the beginning.
Yeah, else you also needed another anti-cavalry, infantry unit.
Yeah, and then and if we brought him in age 3, he'd just feel like a hoplite. The Greek
Yeah.
unit that comes in age 3, that's really good. It would just feel derivative, and that's when the immortal uh, and the berserker and the Norse. So this sort of age 3 critical infantry unit has been done to death, and I just like that we did it that way. I think that was a good decision. I think people will like him.
And what is our H3 unit then?
What is our what?
Our H3 unit,
Our
the main H3
the
thing.
um that's a good question.
Is it siege?
Let's see here. Talking on the fly always screws. I'm gonna go look at the. I gotta go look at the backtrack. The Scorpio is a big unit, age 3, but
Okay.
let's see. So in age 3, we've got the Equus coming out of the Castellum. We've got the Cretan Bowman, and then the Centurion and the Aqualifer, the Equivaler, the Ram, and the Scorpio. So
the Ram is H. Oh yeah, the Ram is
age
H3.
3,
Yeah.
yeah. So I don't think we don't really have like a key age 3 unit. I guess I would say it's the Centurion though.
Okay.
He's sort of once you get into age 3, you're going to want him immediately. But I think Scorpios, I'm curious to see how they all get used.
Yeah, that's
And then
interesting because I had Wout on the channel, on the chat. You miss him then, I guess. I had him during a PvP match. So we started the stream with a PvP match with him, Ardis, and Scott in. So we discussed. We didn't play Romans because, yeah, we couldn't.
right,
But we played some other
we're not.
civs,
Yeah,
and I talked a lot with Wout about how the civilization plays out, and he was also very interesting in how the Scorpio would function. So you're not the only one looking forward to that unit.
yeah. I think he's going to be. It's a really cool unit. I think they're put together well. All right, next question. Will smashing Carthage be a quest line? This is a very common question. So that's a question about the Punic Wars, which was the wars between the Romans and the Phoenicians, also known as the Carthaginians, but Phoenicians, Carthaginians are kind of the same people. And the short answer to the question is no, we are not making a Punic War quest line. The longer answer is we might later, but we first need to decide as a team whether we're going to create a Carthaginian civilization. Because if we do create a Carthaginian civilization, we are going to certainly wait to do that quest line until that time. And if we don't create a Carthaginian civilization, then we can at that point decide if we want to make a quest line, use I guess some other civilization as a stand-in for the Carthaginian. I don't know exactly what that would look like, but it's such a commonly requested quest line if we keep this up, we're gonna have to face it down at some point. But for now, we're ignoring it.
Yeah, I guess in the end, we would love to do them. We would love to do the Carthaginian quest line, but there's so much involved in that quest line that it's really hard to see it in the timeline.
Yeah, yeah, and I agree with. Let's call it pull it in, or
Yeah,
I agree that when people hear the Romans, they do think of Carthage. There's no question about it. And we're just gonna have to not deliver that because we can't deliver it right. I'd rather not deliver it at all than deliver it wrong.
yeah,
And and part of the beauty of Age of Empires is that there's always more. That was the fact that it's always in development is sort of magical, I think. And so you have to let people want something else. There has to be something around the corner. There always will be. And I don't know. I mean, I think I don't know. When we finally get the Romans out, I don't even know what our team's going to look like. It's going to be like the end of Avengers Endgame. I don't know. It's there's some, we're all getting along still, but
but
there's
that
just
means that
so
P
much.
needs to die. That's a bit sad, Andy.
No, I don't mean that at all. But you know what I mean. It's just
Yeah,
there's so much stress and there's so much work and and people's lives are moving on. I mean, there's only I'm not going anywhere because I'm 41 and I got nothing to do. So I'm here, but I also don't have any skills. So I can sit in my chair and tell people what to do for the rest of my life, but I'm not doing it. So I'm useless. Come up with ideas, I suppose. And I can tell people how to pronounce. That's fine. So we'll always have that. But I don't know. We'll see. You're starting your full-time job on it's Monday,
it's
right,
Monday.
Max?
Yes.
Yeah. So next week you're going to be in a completely different phase of your life.
Basically. Yeah.
It's not going to feel like that because life doesn't actually feel like that delineated, but it's true. And since maybe I'm just like old and nostalgic, but I see you guys as all in your 20s. You're all smarter than hell. You're all more talented than anybody else, and you guys are all going places. So God, I hope we can hold you for as long as possible and keep your attention and keep your Saturday mornings screwing around.
Yeah, because I thought
Here.
that Chaos was also um, older, but he's also
No,
23.
you guys
Yeah.
are all in your mid-20s, early to mid-20s, I think. I don't I mean almost all. And you guys are all super talented. I mean supremely talented and we're getting you all for free right now. And I try my hardest to remind people of that because it's like the expression like nobody ever tells you when you're in the good old days, like we're in the good old days right now. Like this is the golden era of Project Celeste development right now. We are absolutely kicking ass. And it's easy to say, well, what are we going to do next? And then after that, well, life just does not work that way, but as we want it to. So we're gonna lumber to the finish line. We're gonna get the Romans done and then reassess. You're gonna be in your middle of your career. If you're able to keep dedicating your time and you have the interest to do it, obviously we'll find things for you to do. You're not gonna be out of a job here. It's just whether you're gonna, more to do. And you are. You guys are just gonna have awesome things going on. So, but you still may have Saturday mornings.
I think so. Yeah. Don't be afraid that we will not find time.
Yeah,
Maybe we will slow down a bit, but come
we
on.
might slow down, but if we're having fun and we're getting along, that's the most critical thing. I mean, I don't even know how much we even play the game individually. I still play it plenty, but like the fun thing is building it and hanging out with everybody and watching what you and Kay
Yeah, that's why I just
listen
sometimes play
to
some
everybody.
PvP just to be
Yeah,
doing something else and
yeah,
being a bit involved with the community, etc.
yeah. But I don't know. Age of Empires Online scratches an itch for me that no other game does, where it's like the perfect era. It's the perfect. It's such a deep game. There's so much to do. We can make new recipes. We can make new quests. We can make new factions. We can make new mini factions. We can make There's always like another thing to do, and when you play it, there's always like other things. Like, okay, I'm sick of grinding for gear. I'm now going to try to grind for capital city upgrades just for the hell of it. I'm just going to try to learn how to solo a legendary. I mean, there's a lot. There's a lot you can do with the game. Obviously people burn out and move on and so forth, and they always seem to come back. So I don't know. We'll see where it takes us, but it's
But also don't forget that 2 years ago we didn't even know that we could make a new civilization. So we have no idea what's going on next year or the year after.
true.
But
I know, and the other thing that like the sort of the dour conversation I'm having is, we we are. The bad news is that there's only like how many people with actual skills on our team? Well, there's more than got other people working on the project, but not the Romans that have skills. But we've got like a 3D team of the three of you guys, and then
now
there's
four, hey, now four,
PF2K.
mate.
Now 4.
Yeah,
I
now
don't
four.
think we've announced that that Phyllis has a new friend who's animating, but we
Oh,
do.
now
So
we
that's
did.
awesome. That's great. I hope she likes the game.
Yeah.
But maybe she. I don't know what. I don't know. She will. Doesn't
In the end,
already.
she will. She needs
Yeah.
to.
Oh yeah. She will. She will. And then there's PF2K who can do everything because he's done some modeling and animation stuff too. But so ultimately, what is that? Like 4 or 5 people that
Yeah,
combine
basically.
for sort of part-time / full-time. But so that's a bad thing, right? If we lost one of you or 2 of you, we would feel it immensely. The good thing about it is that if we gained 1 more or 2 more people, we would feel that immensely too, and so we could always be on the lookout for somebody else that knows how to press all of these buttons that we're watching you press on Blender. I sure as hell don't know how to do what you're doing. But there's plenty of people out there figuring it out. Because didn't you figure this stuff out sort of on your own, didn't you, Max? Like you just kind of taught yourself.
Blender. You mean the software? Because then yes. Still there, Andy, or did you fall away? Because I can't hear you now anymore.
That
Are you? I didn't hear you for a second, but yeah, Blender I figured out by myself. Yes. Never had classes in it or something else. No. Just started once with Blender and that's it.
yeah, that's amazing. Oh, we have another question. Civilization seemed to be a lot of work. What other avenues would you be looking at aside from civs? Well, we're always kind of always been building other things other than the Romans. The Romans were sort of always a side project. I mean, it's sort of the biggest side project and it has dominated our attention for the last 2 years now or year and a half. But we've always been making new quest lines. The events. I mean, right now we're working on the summer event while also still building the Romans. Despite ourselves, I wish we would just not make more events, but we're still doing that. I just want to get the Romans out. But we found a way to add some more quests without changing the workload. Kyer came in, who's
Oh,
never
did he come
developed
in?
for us before. Yeah, he's made
Nice.
3 quests of his, and I'm in conversation with the other lead. I'm not a lead developer, but I say the other lead developers. I mean the ones that aren't PF2K, about the gear, because we often are not always on the same page with the rewards for the events. So I'm trying to get on the same page with them, so we can make sure that everyone's expectations are okay. Nobody gets confused in the last minute. So we're trying to get the summer event finalized, but I think this is a weird time of year for a lot of people, and there's a lot of people that aren't online as much as they used to be. But we'll get the summer event done. I think it is going to be a couple of weeks. I think we kind of say if you tune in on the streams, sometimes we say things we won't write out loud. So let's follow that grand tradition of just saying things on the stream. So that software update or the server update that was it this morning that Kev did. I believe the only reason he did that was to delay the summer event. I think it was, I don't quite understand this, but I think if he had not updated it, I think the game would have just automatically started the summer event next week. I think it was like programmed that way for a long time. And so by resetting the server, what it ultimately did for us was he bought us another chunk of. So I believe, but I do not know that he was going to buy us like 7 or 14 more days. So I think, but I don't know, that the summer event's going to start in like 14 to 21 days from today.
Oh, wow.
But I don't know. That's fine. It is what it is. And then of course we could always change that too. So there's your
that's even
you're behind the scenes spoiler for tuning in. All 14 people watching the stream. So congratulations, guys.
I guess it will spread very fast when you announce such a thing. So I guess it will be popped up in the forum in about 2 minutes or so.
Yeah, we'll see. That's fine. Then we'll deny it. No, I don't know, and I hope that doesn't upset Kevin that I said that, but who knows? I don't think they care that much about secrets like that. And I think it's good for people to know what's going on. So,
yes, to a degree, yeah. And Kevin is a good guy.
So I think for the summer event, I think ultimately the biggest decisions are what we're going to do with the gear, and this one's really bugging me because we had, I think it was 6 different new summer items last year, and so everyone will remember that you play the summer event quests, and there's some maybe materials turn-in quests and other things you can do, but ultimately during the events you earn these little event specific tokens that you can then turn in and buy legendary, exclusive legendary stuff. And we kind of create this fun system, but ultimately we don't always know how easy or hard it will be for people to acquire the items, the gear. And we had set the prices last year, and I think it was pretty intentionally, but we set them so that people got an awful lot of summer gear last year, to the point where those exclusive items that stopped being available from the game in like what was it, last September something, those items there's still like buckets of these sitting in people's warehouses, and the prices that they're asking for on the global marketplace are really low, considering the fact that these items don't exist anymore in the game. You know what I mean? There's just an oversupply of them. And so now the calendar keeps turning, and here we are staring down the next summer event. And I don't know that we should give any of these items to people any. Like they got enough. There's enough on the damn marketplace.
Okay.
If you really want one, go save up the 300,000 coins, which just isn't that much for an exclusive legendary. Other items from other events, the winter and the Halloween event, can go for like more than 1 million coins or something. So we're not seeing the summer event gear holding its value, and so I'm remiss to include it all again, or if we do, we want to make it super hard to get or something. I don't know, but I don't know, and I also don't know if people will be interested if you've already got a warehouse full of this stuff. Why are you going to care about the summer just to get more of it? And so that then brings up, well, then we should different gear, and maybe we should. But then we have fuss over what gear slot that would be, what gear slots are even available that need new gear, and what would the benefits be? What would the buff be, and would it be both not both high enough to be interesting to people but not game breaking? And of course we have to decide how much it's going to cost in summer event points or whatever we are using to get it. So I don't know. There's this whole conversation we have not yet had, and it's like the most important conversation because it's what players gripe about as soon as we announce the event and they see, or not announce the event, but as soon as they see the event, they see the gear, they see what it's going to take to get the gear. The chat just gets filled with people griping about how the gear's too weak or the prices are too expensive, or and it's just like, it's kind of like, I don't know, you feel like a parent Christmas when your kid just hates the shit you bought them, and it's like, well, fuck off, then we're just not having Christmas this year, and I'm not saying it like that, but it's just like, it's so stressful trying to figure out what to get these kids. What do they need that won't spoil them, that will keep them interested? Will they actually go outside and play and be active little children? We don't want to just, I'm being facetious, but it's a huge conversation we just haven't quite had with the summer event. We could probably do something where we just just use the same gear as last year, but double or triple the expense to make the gear. And that's not a bad idea, and that's one idea that we're talking about, but it's also kind of using an axe when maybe we should be using a scalpel. I don't know. We'll see. We've got some stuff in the chat here. The Pharos is here. Hello, the Pharaoh. Are there? Oh, we need summer gear for fishing ships. That's Kyr. Hi, Kyr. Pharaoh says saying that the shield was around 300,000 max. The rest of the items were even cheaper, mostly because there were lots of the items and also because the stats were not right. And nobody wanted the scepter, even if it was free. Yeah. So we, and that's all. Those are all common concerns, that the gear we're making isn't attractive enough for people. We have to temper that with breaking the game. We don't want to make it too easy, and it is a constant battle. The developers kind of go to war, and words are said, feelings are hurt. Caps locks are often used. There's a lot of fighting about the gear, and we're all trying our hardest to. We all want the same thing. It's just a matter of fighting over the best way to get to it. And sometimes some of us are right, and other times the others of us are right. And it's a cause of concern.
But I guess you're doing pretty well.
We're doing okay. We're doing okay.
And Jenks is also involved with the gear, right? So
yeah, Jenks is kind of our go-to guy for gear. He's been playing. He's been hunting gear since 2011. I've been playing the game since then too, but I never really cared at the detail of the gear the way he has. So a very strong working knowledge of all the gear and how it all works. And so he's been sort of on the been on the inside of coming up with what types of gear we should make, things like that. Because I could try, but I would probably forget something or miss something. So it's we kind of leave it up to the experts. There's other people that know stuff too, of course. But he's really good. Really good.
And in the meantime, I had the fortress done.
You do. I've been watching this. Yeah. You want? How about I get off the phone and you talk us through the rest of the fortress if you want.
I see one thing then. From Pharaoh's
Yeah.
again. That's also an important thingy about the
What's that?
Baram lottery.
Yeah.
When will it be released, or when will we hear something more about Baram?
Um. So the short answer is I don't know when he's coming. The longer answer is the delay is creating the lottery. I know one of the lead devs was working on it, and I don't know why, but the project got sidetracked, and I don't know where it is. I mean, Baram's kind of in void right now, the lottery at least, and
Hmm.
I I don't when he's coming, but I have absolutely no reason to believe that the Baram's lottery is being released with the summer of, and almost every reason to believe that that's happening.
Okay.
Regardless of we all want it, and we've been banking on the Baram's lottery for a long time as a huge mechanism to help with coin inflation. So we've been working on Baram for like we've been waiting on him. And I mean, not waiting on this specific developer to do the work, but we just kind of been waiting on all of the getting up and out for like a year or so.
Wow. Yeah.
We're really hoping once we get it to give Baram items that only Baram has that are super exclusive, possibly pretty powerful. And the only way you can get it is by paying Baram money to buy his little tickets and then winning his lottery. And
Huh.
that way it would it would become a huge coin sink. So people would, have to flush, hopefully each week it would be millions and millions and millions of coins out of the economy just so, one or two people get something from Baram's lottery. Maybe I'm talking out of turn. It will probably change our minds eventually anyway, and whatever. We're on the stream, so we kind of break our rule. I think the way, as I recall, the last we were going to do it was Baram has his own item that he's going to be the only one that makes, and he's only going to have one. There's only one of those items gets released each week, so that's only 52 items would ever hit the market the whole year. And then I think we were thinking, or maybe it was just me that was thinking, forget if people were agreeing with it or not. Maybe, and it might have been somebody else's idea in the first place. I just forget. But I think somebody was gonna each week we'd have somebody win the item, and somebody else would win like half of the coins that got
Oh.
purchased. And so he wouldn't flush 100% of his coins. He'd only flush 50% of his coins. So somebody would get incredibly wealthy every week. We would expect, but we would still, flush a ton of coins out of the marketplace. So, obviously there's a lot left to decide. But I believe that the concept of having this lottery where the jackpot goes up every time somebody buys a ticket, and so the amount that's being won is a function of people buying tickets.
Yeah.
I think that would be something that doesn't exist in the game anywhere, and would require some new code basically. It would be pretty complicated to make it work within the structure of the game. So I think we're asking a lot. So I don't know. We're waiting for it, and that's okay. It's a volunteer project. He'll come when he's ready, I guess.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. But yeah, that's a good reason, I guess. Yeah. Good explanation. Because yeah, money is a big thing in the game, and it's only getting more and more. And there's almost no way that it's being destroyed at the moment. You can only buy
That's right.
the
And
gear and
the
and vendor it, but
yes, and the biggest problem that is that Project Celeste has created a lot of awesome things in the game, and we've definitely improved the game past the way we found it. but in a couple of ways, we've broken the game. And one of the things that we broke about the game was we broke the way that coins were supposed to exit the market. The biggest function of coins leaving the market always been Moe's, that shop
Oh,
that's in your
serious?
city where essentially buy loot boxes. That is a huge flush for coins. And so Moe's still exists, but the way we broke it was by creating new legendary items that are better than the stuff that Moe's gives you. And so it's not worth it to play Moe's to get those items. A lot of those items were like high level epic items, and we sort of took all of those and made legendary versions of them and just put them in the Athens quest line at first, I think, and they're still in the game mostly. And then some other legendary items. And so we've kind of like killed Moe's.
Hmm.
And, and that's a mistake. That at least insofar as there's just so many damn coins in the marketplace. We need to find a new way to get it out. And of course, if we removed those legendary items, which is what I would like to do, but if we did, people would lose their mind. If we just stopped letting Master Assassin's gauntlets drop,
Oh, yeah.
or even if we deleted them out of the game. I don't even know if that's possible, but people would lose their minds, and people would give us lectures about what's fair. We would learn. It would become a very special, a very special episode where people would tell us how awful we are and that we hate them and that we're breaking the game, and then somebody, completely oblivious to the fact that we already broke the game and trying to fix it. But at any rate,
Yeah, then you get those messages like, yeah, only when I dropped in the first moment I could have a chance, but now I'm a late player and everyone is too good
yeah,
for
it's
me and
unfair to
blah
me
blah
because
blah.
oh God, oh God, oh God, yes. So and again, I'm being kind of an asshole to people. It's not quite fair, but because they are sincere in their beliefs, so those are valid beliefs. Those are valid opinions because they're sincerely believing them. So I give them that, but I think they're ultimately wrong. But at any rate, from a development standpoint, we want to make players happy, and they need to derive joy out of the game. So we need to find a way to let them have their toys, but also fix the problem. I think Baram's lottery would be a really good answer to that. And I think it would piss people off in the right way. Like I could see people getting angry that they got this damn item. They can't get it because they don't have enough money, and that we're only allowing the rich people to get it or some damn thing. And I guess that would be true to a certain extent, but
Yeah,
also, lotteries are funny that way because, if there's 100 tickets and the rich people buy 75 of them, there's still a good chance that those 25 people that each bought one ticket, one of them's going to get it,
yeah,
and then another one might get all the money and they'll be rich and they could, use that next time. So I don't know. I think it would be fun. And if we had to do something to adjust it, we could always adjust the prices or add a second item or, do something like that. But we don't, once we get Baram up and running, hopefully that will happen. We've been counting on them. We should probably get to the bottom of whether it's going to happen or not, because if it's not, we should probably work on a second thing because we're just wasting time waiting for his lottery to come. I'm sure Baram can come up with some other ideas to make some money. He's a smart guy.
that's a self compliment, Andy.
No, I no. I've met Baram, but I don't know. He is his own man, and most of his best ideas do not come from me. Huya and Jenks.
Oh, James as well. Oh, I thought it was you and Andy.
Oh,
You
oh
and
sure.
Pete. Sorry. Oh,
Yeah. Huya, Jenks, and I we've been brainstorming together. A lot of the crazier things in the development come from the three of us. Like I am not about to take credit for things that we didn't do, and we didn't do a lot of things. But we kind of started originally with the summer, the different events and stuff. So like a lot of the events kind of came from us bullshitting with each other on a separate Discord, and we have a little running Discord where we kind of brainstorm ideas for the game and kind of a judgment-free zone so we can fight about stuff. And then if it works, if the three of us all think it works, then usually Puya goes and finds actual talented people other than than us to go make it happen. So we don't have any credit. We don't get. I mean, it's not our trying to take credit because, look at these beautiful events, stuff you've done, and the stuff Chaos and Recon and I shouldn't even have started naming names because I'm going to leave people out. But Billion and everybody who's made this stuff is not me, but some of the ideas came from us. I think Baram originally came from us, but you made Baram. You made his marketplace. It was like a confluence of events where we were looking for something like a new shop, and then we thought we were going to make a new 3D shop. Like we were just going to borrow an existing building, and it was like the very week that you discovered how to make models.
Yeah.
And remember that you were like, I want to make a shop, and we were like, well, shit, we've got a shop you can make. And then somewhere along the line, we gave him a name and kind of created an identity for him. So.
Yeah, because Baram was the second model we've made. The first one was a ship, and the second was Baram. So yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I still have the conversation with Puyo when we were naming him. I remember I was coming up with all sorts of names and trying to. Funny to look back.
But where did his name come from? Where did his name then?
God. I think we were looking for. We had to name the shop, and to the extent one could study it, we have studied how things are named in the game. Like, do they name them after existing people or fake people? And, how does naming kind of work? And one thing it doesn't take a genius to pick up on is there's a lot of alliteration in it, where there's like, Moe's Mysterium or Wendy's Wild Widget, or what is it? Wendy's Widget, whatever that one is. And so we wanted something that started with, the same letter. And I think, and we wanted a Persian guy because we wanted to put it in Tarsos because Tarsos was like a good city. It was a sort of a neutral city that could have this place. We didn't want to give it to like Babylon or give it to, Sparta. We wanted to put it in sort of a neutral location, if you will. And Tarsos was like literally had just been sitting there. There was one quest in Tarsos, I think, originally. Yeah. We ended up putting some quests in, the Cyrus the Great quests, and so we wanted to put. So we knew we wanted a Persian, knew we wanted alliteration, and then I set out to like find different shop names, bundles or wares or stuff or whatever, and then I don't know, we just sort of worked it through to figure out. We got to Baram's bulk bundles. So yeah, Baram is a Persian name. I think somebody was asking that. Yeah, he's a Persian name. That was intentional. So and then his personality just sort of in for an interview and talked to him, and he seemed like a good fit for the store. And we offered him a lease, and he reviewed it and signed it, and now he's living with us. So, and occasionally he comes onto the Discord. Nice guy.
I haven't seen him lately, but maybe that's my mistake. I miss most of the time. I miss every post on the forum. So only when someone pings me, then I read it. But
yeah. And someone's asking, so when Baram was asking for items and coins from people, it was a scam. I think you should talk to Baram about that, Kyre. I don't think it was a scam. I think he was taking the gear, and he has his ledger of loyalty, and the people that are loyal to Baram, they get things in turn from Baram. They get favors back. I think. I don't know. I'm not.
Don't blame us.
I don't do a lot of business with Baram. He's a nice guy, though. I don't. I might have a conflict of interest or something since he pays us rent. So where are we in the animation here today?
Yeah, I have the animation done and I'm working on the bones, but I'm experiencing a small bug. Don't know exactly what is going on here, but it seems to
You
be
know, but you
naming
know better
related.
than us, so you tell us what's going on.
Yeah, it seems like a naming problem here, but I miss something somewhere, and I'm not exactly sure where I'm missing something.
Oh,
Uh, let's rename this
while
one
you look
then.
for that, any other questions, guys? See. I'm gonna advertise this on the Discord. Let's see if we can get some more people on it. Oh,
Yeah, so what I experience here, guys, that the stuff is
you're,
not linked properly.
while Max is, I imagine it's difficult for you to figure out the problem while we're talking to you.
A bit.
All right. Well, let me see. I'll take some questions here. Let's see if we've got any. Oh, you know what? There are some questions. I'd almost, we're a few weeks overdue with a blog, and last week we were going to do like a ask us anything. Let me see if I can dig those questions up. We can build them right here, I suppose, for our viewers. There's some ridiculous questions. That's Kyre's asking whether there will be a Mrs. Baram. Interesting.
But Baram has no time for a lady.
I don't
He
know.
has his monkeys.
I don't know if he. I don't know if he's. I don't know that it's up to him if he wants if he wants a life partner or not. I don't know. Could be a woman. I don't know. Up to him? Maybe. Okay. Let's see. All right. So one person asked if there were any difficult Latin tongue twisters that were hard to record the voice for without messing up, and that's a difficult question for me because we have to badly say, well, we haven't really started recording anything yet, so we don't have quite a good answer to that yet. And then let's see, Mech Smith was asking, oh, with the release of the Romans, is there any plan for us to see the ability to switch our unit's color to red? That actually is a common question. People really want to use the color red for the Romans, and I like that. I appreciate that. And I think the answer is that we technically could change the player colors. Right now it's first player is blue, like a royal blue is what I call that color, and then the second color is that sort of teal, isn't it, or that lighter blue, and then forget what player 3 is in the game. That might be red. I forget. Or is that yellow?
2 is yellow.
At any
Two is
rate,
2 is red. 1 is
two
blue.
no two no 2 is not red. You know, if you play a 2-player game,
Oh,
player 2 on the
ah.
mini map is that ugly blue. I think that blue sucks. I would love to change that blue to something else. I think the problem is that we've always used red for the enemy. And so we could reassign, but I think I don't know how we would do that in a way where it wouldn't confuse people, since red is always the enemy. Yeah, Kyra says, okay, so dark player 1 is dark blue, 2 is red, 3 is yellow in the editor. So okay, that sounds right. But in the game itself, player 2, so I guess that's not how that's assigned, but player 2 is that teal. So I think we could change the colors. We could reassign those fairly easily, but I think we wouldn't want to because it would be confusing, and we would have to do it across the board. I don't think there's a way that we could do it for just the Romans. I think that would get really confusing too. So I don't think we would be able to do that. And I guess a follow-up question would be whether we could allow each individual player to decide for themselves. And I do not believe there's any easy way for that to happen. I bet Rydag and Evsoft could figure out a way to do it, but I don't know how much time that would take, and I don't know that would or should be prioritized before the other things we need those saints to do for us. So anyway, that's sort of a sad answer to a common question.
Yeah, I
But
expect that it's not possible within PvA,
yeah.
but I expect that there will be possibilities to do it within Arena. But
Oh, okay.
because currently in Arena you can already decide who has which
Yeah.
color.
Yeah.
Because you can decide who is player 1, who is player 2. So I guess there are some possibilities there, but
Yeah,
I
and
don't
it
think
would be
something
great.
will change in PvA. I don't think so.
Great to do because all the other age games do it. So it's a little weird that this one doesn't have it. And a lot of our fans are those games, and they look for that because they all have some people like to just be a specific color, and they just don't. They're always green or they're always yellow or something. They just want to do it. And I wish we could, but I know. See if there's any other question. See, Kyre's wondering if it'd be possible to have the Romans red. It's just changed in the quest file for those specific quests. You might be right, Kyre, because you're smarter than me on making quests. Maybe we could do it in the game. I don't know. I preface this entire conversation on there's like 3 levels of deciding to do it. There's like, could we do it? Would we do it? And should we do it? And and we're talking about could, and maybe sometimes when we talk about sometimes could questions are fine at an academic level, but annoy people who don't believe we should do it, and they're like, why are you talking about that?
But also, that's not true. You can't do it in the quest file.
No,
You
well, I
can't.
don't know.
No, because then you get
I'll let you guys tell me.
no, because then you get really weird things. Because then in all the existing quest files, or all the existing quests, you're still blue. But then only the new ones, you can be red. But then also for the other civilizations, you will be red on the quests which are new. And that's weird.
Okay.
Because the quest file only determines the colors of the players in that quest
Right.
and not within all the other ones. So when you play Greek and you want to be red, and when you play Romans and you want to be blue, that's not possible. Then everyone needs to have the same color.
Well, what about the Roman campaign when it's only the Romans playing it?
Then it is possible to turn the Romans
And that
into
would be
red.
possible. So
That
maybe
is
the
possible.
campaign, we could make so it's plausible that we could make like the first player one in the campaign is always red,
That is
and
possible. Yes.
player one in the campaign is always Roman. Player two in the campaign can be any other civ. So, but they wouldn't get to be red. I guess we'd give it to player one. That's possible. Player two can be pink. I suppose we could make player two pink. Probably make player two maybe. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know that we're going to do this again. It's a could, should, would thing, and I am way out of turn to talk about changing this. I feel like I feel like this is not my my level. I am below this decision. Oh, I got a question for Kyer. I was and you, Max, too. Is this is a total bizarre question? Could we set up like a legendary quest where one of the secondary objectives is to not use legendary gear, or maybe to not have legendary gear for a specific unit? Is that possible?
To not have it equipped on your unit.
Yeah.
Um, I don't know. It's a really good question.
The only reason I came up with it was I've been having so much fun playtesting the Roman campaign. I haven't done like a low level. I've not like enjoyed myself playing low level quests in a long time. I think I've always tried to get get to level 40 as quickly as possible. But with the Romans, I'm sort of trying to live through the, like a new player, like how they do it, and just sort of going from quest to quest, seeing if it's too hard or too easy, and of course you have to go buy gear, and you're slowly equipping. Like you start with nothing, and then you slowly equip it, and obviously the more gear I get, the easier the quests become. And it kind of put an idea in my head, like what if we prevented players from using all of that legendary gear, and then they'd have to go back and find other gear? It might be really annoying for people, but made me ask the question.
But
Um,
now you are talking about that, I guess it is possible to, in Legendary Quest, to assign a specific gear set to everyone. That is possible as far as I know.
oh, you could just overwrite what gear they're wearing.
I think so.
Oh, and I don't know if that would achieve my objective. I mean, I was thinking like it would be, how there's like hundreds and hundreds of items of gear in the game that are below level 40. Like they just made a ton of it back when they were going to monetize the game, and it was a lot harder to get to level 40. The experience point rewards were a lot lower, and they kind of designed this game thinking that the game was to get to level 40. They were wrong. The game is the game starts at level 40.
Yeah.
you
Yes.
And then meanwhile we have like a ton of gear. It's like keeping all of your kids' clothes that they had as a baby just like in the closet. Like, why do you have all of this stuff? Like, I'm never gonna wear this. I don't even fit into it anymore. Like it's like all this. Like, why am I able to craft 35 different green shields? It's like I never use any of these. Why are there all these recipes? And I was thinking, like, would something like this, if you didn't allow people to use legendary items, would that like force them to double back and look through all the other items that are in the game and try to find other stuff? And I thought that'd be kind of a cool way to recycle all that existing stuff in the game. Although I'm not sure it would really be like if it would work out that way or not. But anyway, this is just a fleeting question I had. I don't know if would ever amount to anything.
Yeah, I have no clear answer about it. That's a good one. No idea actually what to do with that.
Oh.
Yeah.
Um,
But yeah, you can override gear. That's at least something that I know that is possible to do so.
that'd be cool.
So you can make,
You
for
could
example, a
do
kind of
something with.
hero
Yeah,
quest where everyone has exactly the same units and exactly the same gear. That is
yeah.
possible
Or
as far as I know.
could we do something like if you have a master assassin's gauntlet, you're going to give you something stupid? That would be fun. Um, just
So
to
when you have
pick on.
a gauntlet, you automatically get the reward of a chicken.
Exactly, exactly. Uh,
But
that would be
I have no idea if
that
that's
would be.
possible.
Wouldn't that be fun? Yeah. Um, I don't know. Just trying to. All right. Let's see. What? Anyone else have other questions? New civilization questions. Those are my favorite. Um, I always wonder who the people viewing. We have 19 viewers. Like 2 people are chatting. Does that mean there's like 15 people that are actually listening? Or this is just running on in the background and they're in the other
Oh,
room.
at least you have me as well in, so let's make it 80.
Hey, there we go. Oh, um,
And then you make 70, so we have 17 others
oh, good. Good.
who are at least watching them. And I've solved the bug. No idea what the bug was, but I've solved it.
Kyer says you should finish some of the already in-game civs. I'm working on some custom Nubian quests now. Yeah, Kyer's been working on. I like what Kyer's been doing. Have you seen any of this stuff, Max? He's been designing quests with those minor factions.
Yeah,
Like the
I've seen a
Nubian
few of them.
stuff,
It's very nice.
and like alligators and rhinoceroses and stuff, and just like I think I really appreciate Kyer finding assets that don't get used much in the game, and kind of focusing on them. I think that's a really smart and efficient way to expand the joy the game brings people by so he's taking us to the jungles of Africa, basically.
And
I think
I
that's
have to
cool.
give him here a minor shout out because Kaya was also one of the guys which asked around 2 months ago or something if it was still possible to join a team, and he was very eager for I want to join the dev team. And
Oh,
every time we had to say something like, yeah, people can join a team, but we want to make sure that they are enthusiastic and that we can rely on them. And it
yeah.
was a long time ago since we have added someone into the team. And
It has been.
there
Has been.
Kaya is someone who just he pushed all those quests to a limit that for us was, yeah, we never seen it before. We never
Yeah.
seen those alligators being used or those crocodiles being used for something new. So
Yeah.
he on his own came up with something interesting for the team, and he just pushed it out without even knowing that he was on the list or that we liked what he was doing. He just did it and
Yeah.
showed us, and that basically brought him to where he is now. So that's very, very
I
nice.
know. Yeah. He kind of took a page out of your book.
Basically, maybe.
Yeah. I think yeah, it's just no, I think that's great. I mean, I think I think the problem for us is there's lots of people that come and say, we want to, I want to help you. I want to do things. And then they ghost on us. They disappear, you know, and that gets incredibly frustrating. And so, and it makes us kind of skeptical every time
Yes.
somebody says that they want to help. And it's just the nature of the project where everyone's working for free. Everybody's a volunteer. We're doing it because we enjoy it, and it's very you have to really have a perfect things have to be perfect for it to work out. If you get busy in real life, you can disappear.
Yeah.
And so it's anyway it results in a lot of people being like, who is this person I've never seen before? Why do they think they're he wants to help, but we don't think they're serious? And then God, like, so often people come in and then they truly do then disappear. And too bad.
Yeah, because
people come in. Oh,
we love that the new people are interesting and want to help, but
yeah,
at the same time, a bit afraid of, yeah, that they are leaving again, that we
yeah,
will lose them.
yeah, yeah. So we are always when you're out and about in the real world and talking to your friends, you can keep us in mind. Send us your friends that like to design quests. We can always use those because those are easy enough for us to do. And I think we'll always want to make new quests. Although we really do have a lot of quests in the game. I don't know if we will reach a point where we think we've oversaturated it. But we always need quests, people, and we more than that, we need more happy Smurfs. Because Max is absolutely priceless to us. I mean, look at this. Look what he's doing. Nobody knows how to do this shit but Max and a couple other guys. Chaos. I think Phyllis knows how to do this stuff, but he just does the animations.
Yeah.
Something tells me he knows some of this stuff.
Oh, Phyllis will understand what I'm doing here.
He
Phyllis
would.
will. Yeah, he will. He will understand.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, but we could always use more of that, more 3D model. I mean, I can't imagine somebody making us a 3D model at the quality that you guys make it, and us not including it in the game. Like even if you came up with something, Max, that was just totally mundane, like a new tree, we're gonna put it in the game. It's gonna be in the next patch. Like we'll never say no to new stuff. And I think you have made new trees. I mean, they're just in there.
Yeah, the red trees, we have made the red ones. So those are.
Yeah, you made yeah. So if anybody wants a new hobby, they should watch, learn how to do Blender and start making us stuff. Make a little house. Start simple. Make a hut, and then maybe make a tree house, and then soon enough, it'll we'll get it right in the game. Max, what do you want to work on after the Romans?
Very good question. No idea, baby. Yes. I have this running gag still around, which started when Baram was released.
Yeah.
That's monkey thingy. I need.
Oh,
So I still
you're gonna
need to
make.
make you a monkey house or something.
Yeah, you gotta make a monkey house.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's something that's on the list.
Oh, good. Yeah, that sounds like something at your level to go from
And you
making
also
the
know that
Roman
I have another
to
project
making
running.
a monkey house. I mean, maybe I'm overestimating your speed and your abilities, but I feel like you making a monkey house would take you about 20 minutes.
I think I have one in there. Yes, for sure.
Maybe next stream, if you run out of Roman things, we can do a monkey house stream.
Oh, that's doable. Just insert. How do you call it? A simple tree, and then you have a tree house within a few minutes. That's true.
Yeah, yeah,
Now, but
that's funny.
to be serious, you know that I have another project running, which is rescheduled now.
Your Lego project?
No, the project around our three main guys.
Oh, yes, I do know
That
about
that
that.
thingy, which is delayed,
That
of
has been.
course, because of
That's
all the
right.
Roman
That's right.
development.
That
And
is the next. Thank you. Yes, that
so
is
that's
what we're
my
working
next
on next.
project. Yes.
New game mode. Yeah,
Yeah.
God, you do so much. I just keep associating you with making 3D models, but totally underselling you because you want to. I mean, I'm sure you'll find a way to make new models for the new game mode as well, but that's not something. So,
That's the next thing for me.
what are
Yeah.
your thoughts if we ended up, and we're not going to do that for a long time, but if we ended up making an eighth Civ, you're
Yes.
the architect. You're going to be like in charge of designing the entire art style of the Civ. What civs would you want to do that for? Would you have specific areas that you'd be interested in over others, or what?
Yeah, that is a bit of a dangerous question
I know it is.
because um,
Did you study this stuff in school? I mean, is that I have not gone
a few
to.
ones, a few ones.
Yeah.
But I want to give answer to this question, but
Yeah.
with one big notion. And that notion is
Okay.
that I'm not against any Civ.
Yeah.
So when you or P decide to make the Aztecs, I'm going full in.
Got it. So you
So
don't want to decide it. So you're, but we want to make. I mean,
nah,
I think we,
I don't care to be involved with making the decision, but
yeah,
if I'm in a few seconds or minutes gonna say what the next civilization for me wants, what I want to see in the game eventually, what my
yeah,
major civilization will be, then that's not the thing that I don't want to do any other things, or that I'm
yeah.
not
No,
happy with doing other things or something like that.
that's fair, and I think we've all kind of said that in different ways before. But I think we each maybe have a favorite civ we'd
Yes,
want to do, but we all would do any civ. Like the Romans are both the best civ for us to make in my eyes for number 7,
basically.
and also not the one I would have picked.
Yeah, yes, yeah,
And I would have picked it, and I would have made the wrong decision. It would have been the wrong decision. The Romans were the correct decision, but if I had chosen, I would have picked Carthaginians, and that would not have made sense because they wouldn't have been. We wouldn't want to be in. We wouldn't want to be in a year and a half into it, and people are waiting for the Carthage. You know, we we need the Romans.
yeah. So just to go back to your question
Yeah.
then,
So go back to you. I stole it.
um,
I'm sorry.
yeah, the
So
first thing that I'm looking forward is that we have no concept art, basically zero, which means that we can go all the way with our units and models.
oh yeah, so
And
like oh that's cool.
yeah, so looking for example to historical civilizations, then for example nothing is known about, or the reverse, a lot about is known about Aztecs, for example. If you would go
Sure.
Aztec civilization, which we will never do because it's overseas, but it's
Right.
the best civilization to take as an example.
Yep.
We know a lot about them, and we know a lot about their architecture, about the sample things and their stepped
Yep.
pyramids and something like that. So we know a lot about them, and that
Yeah.
limits us as being developers in the creativity of making buildings.
Yes.
Um,
Yes.
so when we go, for example, to another civilization, um, let's take an example. Um, for example, the Indians. The
Hmm.
Indians is a civilization where we know nothing about. We
Oh,
only
you're
have
talking about like
some scripts about them, for example, in historical sense.
which Indians are we talking about?
Yeah, there are multiple, right?
Well, are you talking about in India, or are you talking about the ones in America?
No, oh, both. You can take both, for example.
Yeah.
For both of them, we just know that they existed, and we know certain things about their technologies,
Yeah.
but basically nothing about their houses and their samples, etc. We know some major buildings, but that's where it stops.
Oh, like in India?
For example, yes,
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
we know a few of things about the architecture,
Yeah.
but then it becomes vague.
Huh.
And
Okay.
that is a part that I think is really interesting because then
Right.
we have to think about how can we translate those architectural key elements into a house or into a barrack
Yeah.
or a
Yeah.
stable
Yeah. Yeah.
or something like
Yeah.
that. And that's something that I'm really interested in
Yeah. It's a good challenge.
because for the Romans we had all these. concept arts ready, and
Yeah,
we
we had
only
that
had
was a
to.
nice. Yeah, we were just copying,
We were just copying,
and
and I want to go a way that we can put our creativity of both Chaos and Phyllis and also the new guy to an extent
yeah,
where we have to come up with everything.
yeah, yeah.
So there
I
I have
think
that's the thing that I want to go. And if you ask me a civilization in particularly, yeah, I'm a huge fan of wood architecture, about wooden nuts and how those nuts tie together into a building. And then you automatically um, turning Asian style,
yep,
and you run into not specifically Chinese because Chinese is diverse about it, but
hmm
is more developed. But when you go a little bit south and west, you get into this Korean style buildings, which have the
right,
same the same thing. Like Chinese is we know a lot about them and we know almost every building they had. That's because a lot of things are still there from China, from ancient China. But from Korean, they shared the same kind of things of Chinese and Japanese architecture, but still a lot is unknown. So here you have this boundary of putting your creativity to the maximum, but also having these key elements to design from.
hmm
So
yeah.
that's where I'm on the timeline.
Well, that's a really good answer.
And for example, Carthaginians, that's really close to what we already know.
Yeah,
So it is for example, it is 100% an interesting civilization, and we would love to make it, but we still have to follow things that we already know.
yeah, and it's not only that we know what it kind of looked like. I think we do, but we also have it in the game too,
Yes, yeah,
and we have concept art for the Phoenician.
true.
Well,
Yes.
a little bit. At least they're key elements. We have some of that, which was cool. So yeah, I don't. I know I have my. I think we've kind of talked. I think we have a contender our list for the next Civ, but I don't think it's worthy to. Now we're definitely not naming that civilization now,
Yeah,
or
because but you can already hear now that we have all kind of ideas and all kind of opinions,
yeah,
and no idea where that will end.
yeah.
Because
We'll see. We'll see where it goes. We'll
if
see.
I have to make a decision, it's all about art, and it's nothing about historical accuracy. Yeah, yes. But if you ask, for example, Andy or you, then yeah, you look at how these civilizations are connected to each other and if they had ever fought against each other or made trade together.
Yeah,
And
I
that's
think that's fun.
also a very interesting thing. So the one is not more important than the other. So we cannot make a clear decision now. We have to make it one big group project to come up with something that fits us
Yeah,
all.
exactly, exactly. And then that's just the name of the civ. Then we have to choose the buildings and what the play style is, and then of course the units, that's and then what the units look like, which is
Yes.
which fortunately for the Romans we had at least a little bit of flexibility on that. We knew what a lot of the units looked like, but you guys got to choose the designs for a couple of them. Um,
Oh,
like we didn't
and
have any.
oh yeah, go on, go on.
Oh, we didn't have anything for the say it again, the aquifer.
Aquilover, yes.
Aquifer. Yeah, we didn't have anything for
No,
him.
no.
That's all you, in my
And that's
mind
why
at
I like
least.
that unit because we could put our creativity on the line and just go all the way with him.
Yeah. Well, it was like on day one, and you're like, we are making a guy with a lion head.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah,
And I know that,
if I am on this team, I am making a guy with a lion head.
and I
Like,
know I
what?
had
Which?
be a bit frustrated about it because he was like, "Yeah, but he's not in the concept, and we know nothing about it, and we already have four officers."
Yeah.
And I pushed it in the
No,
end so far that you
we
could change
figured it
one
out.
officer into the other.
Yeah, we figured it out. We figured it out. And that unit is so cool. I love him. He's such a good looking guy. Oh,
Let's get in.
I think yeah, yeah, he should be your favorite part of the Romans.
Yes, he is. He is.
There he is. Yeah. Do you think he's big enough? I
Big
feel like
enough.
he could be.
He's one of the biggest units.
Yeah, I
Just put
guess
the
he is.
Centurion next to
He
it,
is such
so
a
you
good
get
look,
something like this.
such a good look guy, and he's
So he's always and it's even worse if you put a villager next to him.
oh yeah, do that.
Villager. Let's put the Roman one.
There's the Centurion.
It's this. So that's already way bigger than a normal villager.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, you're right. I'm wrong. I am wrong.
But I guess yeah, maybe you can scale him a little bit. It depends, but
No, I think you're right. I
I
think he's
guess he's
perfect.
already quite fine compared to the others.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Zoom in on that Centurion. He's so funny under his helmet. He did not look like what I expected he would look like.
this guy,
Yeah. He is an ugly guy. Now zoom right in on.
I can't zoom further. This is my
Oh, you
maximum zoom.
can't?
I normally
Oh.
can, but I didn't change the zoom file.
Oh, there you go. There you go. No, you're good. I think there's just a delay. The Yeah, he's so ugly. I love him.
And then the other. No, this is the last stand. This one. That's even worse. His face. It's the Primus.
Oh God, look at him.
So we have two versions of him here. The angry guy and
Do,
yeah.
do we have his death animation done yet?
We we had it, but I don't know if it's still up to date.
Okay.
Yeah, and we have this one. But then this is my zombie animation to just test the files, and it's still up to Phyllis to make a way better one. But
Okay, so you put one together, and so that's on Phyllis's list. Oh,
yes, yeah.
I've not. I don't think I've ever seen.
We only just basically I made it to just line it out. So let's put in a Primus then. Primus. And put in lots of spearmen. Like that. And then scenario playtest. Yep.
And someone just chimed in. Wait a second, chariot carried by lions. Yes, yes.
Yes.
The Primus Pilus is a age 4 unit. He's the age 4 officer unit. He's the capstone unit, most important unit in the Romans. You can only make one of them at a time, and he existed in the concept art. And in the concept art, he had a chariot pulled by lions.
Yeah.
We thought it was just tremendous. It was just it perfectly captures the Age of Empires online spirit. So yeah, we went with it, and those lions are cool.
Just a little bit over the top, but still in line
Yeah,
with Rome.
just a little
Yes.
over the top, just a little over the top. But there is something with Romans and lions, and
Yeah.
I think it's a perfect thing. And I think it leaves open. Another thing that the Romans are doing, and other civilizations have done it too, like the Norse, is their use of. You can see that there's sort of an expansion or there's a more liberal use of animals, that would leave that opens doors for us as developers. You can imagine
Now, for example, this guy
all
already.
sorts of civilizations that have animals in their thematics, and we could do other things with that too. I think I like it. I like it a lot. I think it fits
And
the game.
basically, there's also a funny thing. When you look to entire European architecture, then what was it? In almost 90% of the European signs, of the royals is a lion,
Oh wow.
but none of them ever faced something with a lion. So, for example, in the Netherlands, our royal sign has 2 lions, or even 4 maybe.
Yeah.
But there has never been a lion in our history lines or something. Nothing important happened with a lion in our history, but there's still 4 lions or 2 lions in our sign. And that's all
Yeah.
traceable back to the Romans.
That's it. That's really interesting.
And that
That's a
counts
great
for the
point.
Netherlands, for Belgium, for France, for Germany. All
Yeah.
those countries have a lions only due to the Romans.
Yeah, it's ubiquitous. And you think of a lion, they just fit in our culture in all sorts of places. Yeah, you see them on crests and the MGM logo in
Yeah,
Hollywood, there's lions everywhere.
and
And
even
that
that is a bit
you're
weird because
probably right. It all goes back to
it
the
does.
Colosseum, I guess,
It
right? I
does.
mean,
No, not to the
that was
Colosseum. Not to the Colosseum. It goes back to the 13th Legion of Rome,
ah,
because the 13th Legion of Rome was the legion under command of Caesar, which conquered um, Gaul,
okay.
and from there it expanded to, because the 13th was the most important legion in the Roman Empire, because that was the personal legion of Caesar.
Right,
And also
right.
that was the only legion which has a lion on its banners.
Okay.
Because if you look to the Romans, then you would out of nothing say that the eagle is the most important sign,
Right.
but not the lion. But the eagle is also one important, and there is something weird, or not something weird, but something, yeah, not as nice happening, because the eagle is also becoming the sign of both America, which has nothing to do with Romans, but still,
Right.
but also the German Nazis.
Oh, that's right.
They also took the eagle from from the Romans.
They did.
They did.
Yeah.
Out of the, yeah, that's just basically where they thought the Romans would be the perfect example of how a nation would function. And
Well, I think that's perfect. Well, it's good we're taking them back, right?
so yeah, the eagles and the lions, they are all traceable back to Romans.
Yeah. I think that's perfect. And who knows, if we do another Civ, we'll maybe have some cool animals with them. That
Just
would be.
one thing, Andy,
Yeah.
we are not gonna make dragons.
Okay. No dragons.
No dragons. So when we turn east or westward, oh no, east, when we turn east
East.
and we go to
If
Asia, we will not insert dragons as units. Never. Never. Come on.
That's funny. I used this story one of the original developers told me as sort of my line in the sand for animals. When they were developing the Norse, they there was a bunch of developers wanted to give the cavalry units, which were guys riding bears,
Oh, yeah. Yeah, but that's
and
okay.
ultimately it was decided that a unit riding a bear is over the top. So but they were willing to negotiate that they'll have the bear pull the market caravan.
Ah.
So that was okay, but as long as somebody's not riding the bear into battle, that
Oh,
would be too
but if you
much.
want to make it accurate, we have to move to Russia.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. So somewhere in there is a lesson about Age of Empires Online design where we can have our animals pull our market caravans for some reason, but we can't actually allow them to replace horses
No.
entirely. I don't know. I don't know exactly where it is, but I like that. Yeah, but we found, people have ridden all sorts of animals. Um, Ostriches they ride.
Yeah.
Oh, there's some other ones.
Not a lot,
There's all sorts of historical animals.
but not many,
Oh, there's not a lot,
because
but
horses were one of the only ones who could be
oh,
domesticated
okay.
easily.
I just looked it up. You can. It is possible to ride um, cattle, water buffalo, and yaks,
Yeah,
and
but
then
those were used on grain fields and just farm fields.
yeah. Well, I'm just looking up,
Oh
and
yeah,
then
go on.
elephants, reindeer, and camels. I'm surprised the Norse didn't ride reindeer.
Reindeer, yeah.
If anyone's ever apparently people have ridden reindeer before.
They did?
Um,
Oh.
um, Nobody's ever ridden a giraffe, so that's off. But you can ride an ostrich. Oh, tortoises would be good.
Tortoises?
Um, that would be really cool for like an island, some type of water sev.
But it's easier to just walk than sit on a tortoise.
Yeah. Um, yeah. Oh, I found a website here. Okay. So yeah, yaks are looking good. About camels and elephants,
Yeah.
water buffalo, llamas.
Llamas.
Llamas are interesting. I know that llamas were used by the Inca, and the Inca would be a tremendous civ if we made it. But they were not really ridden.
Incas.
Yeah, small children can ride them. Reindeer, we got that. Dolphins.
Dolphins, okay.
Oh, maybe people have ridden giraffes. I don't know. We could have some zebras. That'd be cool.
Yeah, but
And then
zebras are
ostriches.
basically the same as horses in how
Sort
they
of. Yeah, I
react.
think so. I think they're yeah. So yeah, we've got a lot of room to play around, I suppose. Um Do something. We'll find something someday.
But ostriches are cool. That's a nice one. I liked it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see. See.
So still more up for grabs. Still something that has inspiration in it. And I'm now turning towards coding the fortress, so I guess within 10 minutes I have the fortress inside the game.
Well,
If it's all according to plan.
I can give you your stream back at any time. Just
Oh no, I like that you're doing it because some things are complicated and I have to focus
okay.
on the code itself, and it's a bit harder to just communicate here. But that's nice where you're coming in. So
Are there any other developers out there that could call in? Yeah, I'm enjoying this. I have the house to myself today, so it's amazing.
just don't tell me you've put your children inside your treehouse and locked them up.
No, no. Although I might go work on my treehouse today.
Ah, so you are in some sense creative, Andy.
I am creative.
Yeah.
I actually just started working with wood, just really this for the treehouse. Really, it's been a lot of fun, and I think I might try to make some furniture or something. Nothing spectacular, something very simple, but we'll see. Even if I made a cutting board, I would consider that furniture. And then that's just a piece of wood. That'd be my first piece of furniture. I don't know if that counts.
It does. It does.
Any other questions out there?
How many people are in?
Right now we've got 17 people. Would you
Oh.
make me a treehouse too? Asks Kyer. Well, I'd be happy to. Now that I've made one treehouse, I could make I could make several. I should post my treehouse on the Discord.
Have you ever seen that channel of the man who was doing it for a job?
What's that?
There's a channel on YouTube from a man who is basically he's made his job of making tree houses.
Oh yeah, there are people like
Yeah,
that.
that's
Yeah.
insane what they can make. So
You
now we
could get
expect a
into
lot from you.
you could become a treehouse architect, Max. See where that leads. Yeah,
But then I have to basically do something instead of only sitting behind my laptop.
I have a friend who's an architect, and he got to design somebody a treehouse. Some wealthy guy wanted to build a treehouse, so
I think
there it
it's very
was.
funny to do so.
Yeah, I think it'd be a lot of fun.
But I'm gonna test it now.
Okay, so you're gonna put it in the game. So
Yeah, I've put it in.
which branch does it go into?
Still inside the building one.
Okay, so it doesn't go into because I've only been updating the Roman campaign branch, so it
No,
doesn't
it's
go
going
into
into the
that
building.
one. Okay.
Yeah, that's the thing because also the quest givers are inside the campaign and not inside the building one. So we have
Are
this.
you do you have access to the campaign quest or
Yes,
the
yes,
campaign
I have.
branch?
I have.
Yeah. Have
It's
you been playing any of them? Not yet.
yeah, the first 5. That's it.
Oh,
So I still have to play a bit more.
yeah.
Uh,
Well, you've got time, and I'm going to try to get the quest lines in. I need to at some point finalize them. Maybe that'll be this afternoon. Maybe I should not go work on my treehouse, and I should buckle down and write the rest of the 60 or 100 or so quest giver lines I need to write.
okay, it's in, but it's not working.
Oh, holy what'd you do to it?
So
Where did the
something.
fire come from?
Oh, that's just basically in the basic code. That's always there.
Oh, scary.
I think there's something wrong within the.
I feel like if I were you and I had some glitch while people I was talking and people were watching me, I would never be able to solve it.
Some things are just you see them over and over again. So I guess
Yeah.
it's inside the material file, which I made an error in. Because I have merged different forts together, so I have the fort texture duplicated. So just a matter of
So
finding.
so you've had to make destruction animations for every building, is that right?
Yeah.
There's no way to reuse anything, correct?
But yes, that's true. And that's because we can't load animations properly from the game.
So have you made destruction animations like you made a building for was it last year's summer event, that Serpent Temple?
Yes.
Did you make a did you make a destruction animation for
No,
that building?
because
Okay.
how do you call
It
them?
doesn't get
Yes, but vanity buildings, they only get a sink animation.
All right.
So also the huts, they only have a sink.
Oh, they just sink
They
down?
just sink down.
Oh, so it still looks okay if you played a quest where for some reason you destroyed it then.
Yep. So
Oh.
there's
So you could have them all sink down then and not have this destruction?
yeah, I can show you within a second if I
Does every building for every other civilization have a destruction animation?
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, there is one thing I just yep, okay.
Seems like a pain in the butt. Why did they develop it that way? It's like they just have them sink down and
Yeah. Why did they
I don't
want
know, have some
4 versions of a house for the Greek?
Yeah, I know,
They
right?
wanted to have one separate for every age.
I know they didn't know what they were.
But just to come back here, you see these 2 separate parts inside the animation. This part here from 0 to 80,
Oh yeah.
and the part from 86 till the end. So this is the first part. This needs to be handmade, 1 to 80, and
Right.
this last thing, this
Where
part,
it sinks.
where it
That's
sinks, it's basically an animation we could get from the game, because it
got it.
only influences this main bone here.
Got it.
And that's something that we can copy to all buildings. And when you don't assign that animation to a building, then automatically this thing is assigned to the building.
It just runs that.
It
Okay.
basically
Got
runs
it.
that, yes. Because
Oh,
there is
cool.
that animation, just called likely generic sync animation or something like that. And that can be done for every building. Every building can use it. Because every building
Yeah.
has the same name for this bone. That's called the granny root bone. And every building, or every unit, every building which has granny root bone can use that sync animation.
Cool. Okay.
Time to export it again.
Wow. Cool how it all works together. Well, that's so. What? So you say you have the town center and the wonder left to do, or is that
Yes.
really it?
No, I also have the guard towers to do. And then that's it.
Did you do an animation for the malarium?
Those did Chaos made a time ago.
Oh, okay.
So I didn't make all of them. He just made them directly when he made the models themselves
Got it.
to test it.
Okay.
Yeah, and we have to do it for the forums, the 2 ones.
Kyer says we should have those kind of animations for when units die, having their limbs chopped off, etc. We have death animations, though, don't we?
Yeah, go
I
on.
think units have death animations.
Yes.
Of course they do. Yeah. We could have more pronounced death animations. That's actually what we're doing with the Primus Pilus
Yes,
with his zombie.
yes. But also with the Legionnaire, as far as I know. Phyllis made a
What
kind
is the
of
lead?
salute anime. Oh, no, it is the... I don't know if it's the Legionnaire or the Equilover, but he made a kind of salute animation.
Oh,
That when
that's
he
cool.
dies, he salutes the Roman salute, which is this hand on the heart, and then the hand straight forward, 90 degrees
Yep.
to the limb, and then just So it's again a bit the same as the German salute,
Yeah.
but the German
Well, we're
salute
taking it back. That's
yeah.
If it's Roman, we're taking it.
Now
Nazis can go fuck
the
themselves. That's
Nazis
ours.
have a kind of angled salute, and the Romans
Yeah,
have a
that's
straight one. So there is a difference. Luckily,
I am all for reclaiming things from the Nazis. They don't
Yes.
they don't
deserve it.
take.
You fall back, Andy.
What's that?
Oh, you just fall away for a second. So
Oh, sorry.
we
I
couldn't
was
hear.
just saying I was fine. I'm fine if we reclaim things from the Nazis. They don't get their salute. If that was the Roman salute, it's ours now. Go. They can go to hell.
They just took a lot from the Romans.
That's right.
Same
Well,
as
everybody took something from the
yes,
Romans. So
but also sounds, also soundtracks. It's very hard to find a Roman soundtrack which is not the same as the German one.
for music,
Yes, yeah. It's very
yeah.
hard to find a convincing Roman soundtrack which is not, which doesn't bring the same idea as the Roman
Right.
Nazi music. Sadly, again.
Yeah. Oh, Kyer's leaving. Bye, Kyer.
Oh, bye, Kaya. See you later, man.
We'll see you later.
It is almost dinner time for Kaya. It's 6 o'clock. So yeah.
We're going on hour 5 here.
Hour 5 already? Oh damn. Oh wow, didn't even know.
I know. I'm amazed that people are watching, and I'm really fascinated by these 18 people that are lurking. You don't have to chime up. I'm just chime in. Just happy to see the numbers.
Yeah.
Um, but what other secrets do people want us to answer here? Be some questions out there.
Still getting bugs here.
So it's not. What is it not doing? It's not
It's
following
not
the
showing up,
animation.
but maybe it's inside
Yeah.
the Fortress XML. Need to check the naming. And these are
When
one
people
tabs.
ask why are the Romans delayed, this is the answer. because Max just spent 4 hours making an animation and now it's not fucking
Basically.
working. That's why they're not
Oh,
here.
here we go.
Because
It's the
oh,
naming. Fortress L1 death, and it's here Fortress L4 death. So I have to delete this one.
that's brave of you to say you've solved it
Hey, I
before
didn't
you
solve
see
it.
it
I hope
work.
I solved it now. I have no idea if it is. So that's buildings Fortress Anims Fortress L1 underscore death. It seems fine here. Same for L1 death Fortress Anims Fortress underscore death. Seems okay here. Let's check it one more time, and else I have to spend some extra time with it. Yeah, these are the things where the game is very vulnerable. Those namings. Just an underscore or a capped letter can screw it up. And that's why P is. But P is in, he just finds those errors very quickly, normally. Uh, okay, next test then. Options, dialog. Still not. What is going on here? What is going on? Yes. Something is wrong here. Don't tell me it's you.
I believe in you, Max.
Oh, I will solve it. No problem at all. It will be solved eventually. Please. Okay. Meaning that this one is working. The skill is fine. Uh, Fortress L4. Export FBX. Fortress L1. Fortress L1 selected. No leaf bones, that's also fine. Don't hope it's too big. Can also be a thing. So let's Civ Realm again. Buildings. Fortress. Anims. What do we have here? This is the FBX. Same size, sadly. Hmm. What do we get now? Likely it's just something stupid again. Hey, I need you.
If I had something intelligent to help with, I'd say it.
Check this.
I just posted pictures of my treehouse on the Discord for anyone
Oh,
who
the
wanted to
general?
see. No, I did off topic,
Off
so I
topic.
wasn't completely narcissistic.
Oh, but that looks cool. That's nice.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's great. Even some small plants or something like that with autos. Cut down Christmas trees. That's cool. That looks nice.
yeah. Those little wreaths or whatever those fur ball things
Yeah.
from Christmas. So
Uh-huh.
rather than throw them out, we hung them up on the treehouse.
Okay, so we go on. It's still the same file size. Right. That.
What are we even looking at? What is what is this?
Oh, I can tell you a bit about it.
You
Don't
probably
ask me
should
what
just
the
do your
individual
work.
things mean, but I know the overall code.
Okay.
Okay. So what we see here is the hard code of a 3D model. Those things are the textures. So basically the paths of the textures. And M for normal map, DA for diffuse map. This is the shader. So it's called Fort. It calls line 2 and it calls line 1. So those two. And this is how to react. So don't look at it too much, but here you see player color 1. You see some shiny material, etc. Then these are all the bones. So the bones assigned, which are inside the model, with um, here the line of its position, x, x rotation, I rotation, z rotation, scales, as far as I know. Then we have here um, v, vn, vt, vw, and that is called to the individual dots and faces, and then to which texture it listens, and that goes on for all those verticals inside the model. And then the main thing here is the there seems to go something wrong here. F are the faces. Oh no, this seems fine. So that's it. And then we have here in the death animation we have an extra section, and that's the K section. And the K section begins with a name. So that is here is its granny root bone. So granny root bone, and in all these cases from here to the next naming influence the la 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 la. Yeah, this one describes what that granny root bone will do. So that is from 66637 till 66922. That is about 250 lines. But there should be one line for every keyframe, which is 115. So that's a bit weird, but okay. But then again, then it says that the K bone X rotation, I rotation, Z rotation, etc. Don't don't we can't write this on our own. This is undoable, but it's written for us. It's the converter who does it for us. And then basically for every bone, there is this K list, which describes how the bones will react. And that's what this GXO file is. We needed to go from a blend file to an TR file. I expect it to be something then in the naming, but building fortress, Civ Roman, so that's Civ Roman buildings, fortress. Fortress Anims Fortress L1 Death. Is it me or is it just looking fine? It seems okay. Anim H3 Co-foundation construction seems doable. Fortress L1 Death Civ Peps. I don't know. Seems I have to copy paste some things then. Yep. Sometimes you just need to copy this to another file and try it again. And then it works. Bit weird, but it. So the next try then. Fortress. Yep. No.
You're trying it again?
Yeah. And then I have one extra thing I can try out. Objects, animation, build. Nah. Still not in, but I can check. Current time 4.75. And you run by 115 times or divided by 32 goes around 4. That seems fine then. What do we have for the normal house? Roman house. Roman house. Those ones are completed now. This one goes for 4.62 seconds. This one goes to 4.5 and the other one goes to 4.5 as well.
Really like that animation.
From the house.
Those are cool.
Ah, thanks.
I don't think I've seen that before.
No, they're just pushed yesterday or something. 2 days ago.
Yeah, I totally think, wouldn't it be funny if, not saying we should actually go do this, but if there was an animation and like the roof falls off and then somebody's in there like half naked in the bathtub or something.
That is possible. That's doable. And it's a funny idea, so why not? Just leave it for a kind of vanity item. That's always a good idea.
Yeah. See, I think we do that. Yeah, do that for like a capital city building, so it almost never gets used or something.
Oh, that's funny.
Maybe for the palace, you destroy
Yeah.
the palace, and there's like an emperor in there taking a bath.
Oh, but it's hard, and they also need to do the interior of the building.
Well, just a little bit. I don't know.
It's not. It's a good idea. It's nice. What was I? 2.1.2 for this one. Yes. And this one has 1.15, 4.5. Wait a sec. Time for calculations here. Meaning 4.5 times 115, 5175 divided by 4.7 means 110, and the house is 1120. Try it again. 120 divided by 4.5 is to 6, and fortress, no, 2 divided by 0.7, 4.7 means 255, and come on, 115 divided by 4.5 means 255. So the timing is correct. Don't think you have any idea what I'm doing here, but okay. The timing of the animation in the game, that's fine. So that's a good one. Then it's time to just make a new blend file and try it again. Yes, get off, insert, and see. Oh, and this one is correct. This one is also correct. What do we have here? As textures, material, that's always in. Okay, file export again then. Anims, fortress L1, selected objects, and no leaf bones. Okay, and Celeste art, Roman buildings. Any questions, Andy, for so far or not on the chat?
I don't have much. All right, I've been eating ice cream.
Oh, okay.
I've been doing well over here.
Oh, here I experienced one difference in the file size. So that's a good sign. This one dragged it in. Oh,
We don't have much. Quiet. Trying to keep everybody entertained here.
yeah, you need to, because what I'm doing here
Need
is
some questions. Need some participation. That's okay.
because what I'm
Kyre
doing
said
here
he's
is
leaving.
just annoying.
Kyre's off working on his own quests. Kyre, are you still there? I like it. I like that we've seems to be a spark that's been lit in Kyre.
Yeah, that he's going on now for just
Yeah,
pumping out quests.
yeah, that's good. Good.
If he
That's how
becomes
this project.
yeah,
How this project works. People get excited and go do some work, and we'll gather it on up, and
and if he becomes a new Jill, then that's amazing.
that'd be great. That'd be great. Always use Quest.
Yes.
Oh, Weary. Or Wout.
Is Wouter back?
He's back. I missed
Wow.
him if he was here earlier. That's the nice thing about a 5-hour stream. We can just have people come in and
and coming back later on.
come hang out. Max is working on troubleshooting. I'm eating ice cream.
So you see the
We're
difference again.
doing well. Wout, how are you doing? That's one thing we need to do. We need to get our make sure the Romans are. I don't know where we are with the balancing for PvP. I think maybe they're in good. Maybe it's in pretty good shape.
I talked about it with Wout a bit about the
Oh yeah.
PvP stats. Yeah,
Oh, did he call in?
he did. He did. The entire
Oh.
first half an hour till an hour, he was in the stream. So he was in voice chat in the beginning of the stream. So another guy I dragged into into the streams.
You know what? So he's just playing some football. Just taking a shower. I was playing last night. I was happy. It was the first time I was able to play. We call it soccer, but it's football. And I hadn't gotten to play with my guys since before the virus. Apparently it's safe to play now. I don't, but I did play last.
Okay, I'm not sure if I can make this now. I think I need to do some trial and error later on to get it in perfectly. Because it's bugging a little bit more than I hoped. And I also have to grab some food because it's now 6:30 already. And normally I eat at 6, so I'm
Need to make sure you stick to your schedule. So, all right. Well, it was good
likely,
talking with you, Max.
yeah, I'm likely gonna shut the stream down and then spend tomorrow to fix this fortress.
Okay. Well, if you get comfortable, feel free to stream anytime you want.
Oh, I
Good.
will. I need some time. That's the thing, but
Yeah, but I imagine you don't always want to have somebody watching you when you do
oh,
troubleshooting.
nah,
Oh,
doesn't matter that
good.
much.
Well,
But still,
I'll log off now too. So I'll talk to you next time, buddy.
perfect. Great you
All right.
joined in, Andy. That's always nice to have
Yeah,
you
my
in.
pleasure. Bye to everybody.
Yeah, then I will close the stream as well. Then I will say thanks for watching, guys. And for the next stream, we will announce it again so that you can drop in. I hope you like the setup. So we had a PvP match. We had some 2D art to show you. Then the fortress talks about multiple things about the game. So let us know what you think about it and what you'd like to see next time. Maybe another PvP match, maybe 1 versus 1, 2 versus 2. Just let us know and we will see what we can do. Yeah, that's it. I'm gonna fix this bug here with the fortress to get it working. Don't know why it's not working at the moment, but I will figure it out and I will see you next time. So bye bye guys.